So the great compromise was this. In workers' compensation, we have decided that the injured employee can only sue for a certain amount of money. And we'll talk about how that's arrived. But can only sue for a certain amount of money, which would be based on lost wages in the future, based on medical care in the future, based on lack of access to the job market in the future. By the same token, though, that person gets, while the litigation is going on, gets medical treatment as provided by the employer, and they get their pay to a certain extent. So if someone is hurt at work, the trade-off is this. They get medical treatment, they get pay to a certain extent, and in the employer's side of the equation, they are unable to sue for millions and millions of dollars. There's essentially a cap on how much they can sue for. So skipping forward, let's talk about what benefits are due or available under an Alabama workers' compensation claim. If I'm hurt working for Tracey Co., I have the right to seek, like I just said, medical attention, and Tracey Co. will pay for my medicals. What medicals will they pay for? Well, they're going to pay for the medicals that are associated with the injury itself. They're not going to pay for a hair implant. They're not going to pay for a pec implants. They're going to pay for the leg I broke when I fell down the stairs at my employer's office. Real briefly, indemnity, which essentially means money, I'm going to be entitled to receive, if I am hurt at work, I'm going to be entitled to receive a portion of my pay, which is 66 1/3%, which I've always understood represented, Tracey, you may tell me I'm wrong, but I've always understood that represents essentially your after-tax money, or your take-home money. So you get that money while you are under the doctor's care. Once the doctor has released you from care, then you're not entitled to that money until the end of the litigation. And we'll talk briefly about the third variety of benefits you can get under the Workers' Compensation Act, which is vocational. Vocational is a little different from the first two because you won't see vocational disability issues during the time between the injury and the time that you're released to return to work. Vocational disability happens in certain cases where I've received an injury to what we call the body as a whole and have lost access to the future job market because of my injury. That's kind of a square peg in a round hole and the object of a lot of litigation. So medical, indemnity, vocational are your three benefit categories, so to speak, that you're allowed to get under a workers' compensation claim. Sorry. All right. Sorry about that. Let's talk about medical first. Medical benefits are the most important benefit that we should spend time with and consider, as we march forward in our work comp careers, because they're the ones that have the most interaction with which we have the most interaction every day. Medical benefits are inside a workers' compensation claim are always available through an authorized treating physician. If you settle a workers' compensation claim, you have an opportunity to typically you leave the medicals open. That's what we call leave the medicals open. So medical benefits, even if you close the indemnity portion, you pay someone money to satisfy the salary issues in their workers' compensation claim, the medical benefits will remain open. And important to remember, there is no statute of limitations. I could, having had my claim against Tracey Co., I could have settled the indemnity portion. She could have paid me for essentially my missed work and what we kind of determined is my lack of access to the job market in the future. we don't close meds. 20 years from now, I can come back and say, Tracey, my legs are killing me. I need to go to the doctor. Tracey would have to send me to the doctor.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, these are generalities. We're going to constrict the generalities here in a little bit, and that would also include the fact that it is important that whatever I come back to on any medical situation, the important thing to all the lens with which you always want to look at this is this related to the accident? Because people will try to expand the scope of coverage. Doctors will try to expand the scope of coverage. And we need to always want to make sure whatever we're providing benefits for, whatever we're doing is related to the accident at issue. All right. Tracey, I can't. Let's see. All right. What's the next one? Okay. Well, we're going to get into the weeds a little bit in the medical issues. When someone is hurt at work, when I have fallen down the steps at TracyCo, I have the right to go see a doctor. And typically, the insurance the employer will notify the insurance carrier and say, hey, this person is hurt. Dave needs to go see the doctor. The doctor that I see that treats me is known throughout the industry as the authorized treating physician. You may, as you progress in your career here, people say ATP. That's shorthand for authorized treating physician. The authorized treating physician is essentially the quarterback of the medical team. Your authorized treating physician is the person who will treat you as the injured employee for the injury. And if there is another problem that they can't treat, and this is a common occurrence, the authorized treating physician is almost always, or we encourage the authorized treating physician to be the same person for every employer. You should find an occupational clinic, an urgent care clinic. And if someone comes to you and says, hey, I've fallen on the steps at work, I'm hurt, I was doing my job, you send them to that doctor. We encourage people, and I think Tracey will touch on this later, we encourage people to use reputable doctors, good doctors, the kind of doctors that judges would go to if they fell down a set of stairs. If that doctor is, let's say that doctor is an orthopedist, and they often are. And they treat me for having fallen down the stairs. And they say, well, really, what's wrong with you is you got a pinched nerve in your back. You need to go see a neurologist. That's what we call a referral. The authorized treating physician will send the injured employee out to another doctor, a specialist. That's called a referral. By referring someone out to a specialist, the authorized treating physician does not give up the right to direct care. He or she is still the quarterback. They've just given this particular area of care down to one other doctor. If the injured employee is unsatisfied with the authorized treating physician, they have the right to what we call a panel of four. In the Alabama Workers' Compensation Act, it's referred to as a panel of four physicians. It's a very formal legal process. But you, the injured employee or the injured employee's lawyer, will write to the insurance carrier and say, I am not satisfied with authorized treating physician number one. I would like a panel of four physicians. What comes from the carrier is literally a panel, a list of four physicians. They have to be of the same type of doctor as the original one. So they're usually, in our initial analysis, if it was an orthopedist, they should be an orthopedist or maybe a neurologist. Don't have to be exactly the same. They can't be dentists. They can't be podiatrist or whatever. So from that panel, the injured employee and usually her or his lawyer will pick one of those doctors. And then that doctor becomes the new authorized treating physician. If the important thing to remember about a panel of 4 physicians is that an injured employee only gets one panel of 4. You only get one. A lot of times you're going to get asked for another one. They're going to say, well, you sent us to Dr. X. That guy was meaner than the first doctor. Can we get another one? The answer to that is no. I mean, that's a lot of, as Tracey would say, the phrase "it depends" is used a lot in the workers' compensation world. That's a question nobody has to say "it depends." The answer to that is no. In fact, I'll give you another quick piece of legal advice. If the injured employee doesn't like the panel doctor, then you can oftentimes they'll want to go back to the first doctor. There is no right to go back to the first doctor. Once you've what we call burned that panel, you are stuck with that second doctor. Did you want me to respond to that issue about the okay? All right.
I'm going to go to it further in the future.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, what else we got here? Yeah.
Am I allowed to ask questions yet?
Sure. What you?
When you're talking about the panel 4, do they have to be from different practices? Or can I know that
That's
in
a
some
good
states,
question.
you have to make sure that they can't be from the same
Group.
type of group. Yeah.
Yeah. The question was here live that if can the panel of 4.
You can hear.
Oh, can you hear? Okay, great. I heard them tell people to say the question again. I'm sorry. I thought I was being.
Yeah, yesterday we did.
I thought I was being a savvy.
You can hear every scratch.
I got you.
You're
Yeah.
going to be clear as a bell, and I'm on his ear.
So the answer to that is yes. In Alabama, they have to come from different groups. And one of the issues we run into, from a very practical sense, is if you have a specialty. Say the authorized treating physician is a psychiatrist. There are not going to be 4 psychiatrists that take workers' compensation insurance anywhere near each other. Say I'm from Montgomery. Say in Montgomery, there's one, and quite possible we kind of jokingly say there's 1/2 because he will not take very many of them. So sometimes you get a panel of 4, especially on a specialty where if you're in the injuries in Montgomery, the claims in Montgomery, 2 of the doctors are in Birmingham, one's in Huntsville, and one's in Mobile, and that also is not really it depends question. The law is, as long as we are willing to pay the transportation if they ask for it to those doctors, then the panel is what it is. And you may be drug as a lawyer, you may be drug in front of a judge from time to time because these plaintiffs lawyers will get upset about that. But my experience has been over the past 20 whatever years that most judges understand this law. And they say, look, they're going to pay you the mileage. You got a ride. If you don't have a ride, they'll give you a ride, and you got to go where they send you. So that's a question you'll see a lot. And again, they must though be from different groups. I saw a quick question I'd like to address. Go ahead.
I need to interrupt you for a second.
Yeah.
Can you mute? I've been watching people coming in, just kind of give a heads up. I saw a few case managers pop in. I'm going to be quite frank. I don't know how this is going to do for credits for case managers and nurses, because this is trained for the new adjusters. I'm not sure what that would do for your CEs, because the webinar on the other event is what's more geared toward the nurses and the attorneys. So I'm just going to be, I wanted to be honest and let you know that I did see some nurses pop in, and I'm not sure that this is the event that you're looking for. If it is, then ignore me, but I just want to kind of give you that heads up. A lot of questions are going into more specifics on panels. Again, I'm going to go through a lot of what he's talking about, but I'm going to go a lot more in depth when it comes to doing the how of stuff. So if we don't answer your question right now, please don't be upset. I promise we're going to try to get everything in. But that's why I'm going to kind of, sometimes if I ignore you right now, please don't think I'm ignoring you completely. So that's kind of where we're at. But again, I want to see your questions because I want to make sure that I do go over them when we get to the how part. So keep them coming. I'm going to be taking notes and we will keep going. So I'm going to turn it back over to David. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. That's coming out of your 2 hours. We'll be in penalty time here right after lunch. Okay. Let's see. We talked about the panel for the legal issues. Some of the general legal issues we seem to run into every day on the panel of 4 physicians. What you guys will find, those of you who are not been around a lot, that the Workers' Compensation Adjuster Society is a fairly tightly knit. Certainly is that way with the lawyers. I know practically every workers' compensation plaintiff lawyer and 90% of the defense lawyers in this state. The doctors are as well. So when we get into these panels, you're going to find that every lawyer and every adjuster has an opinion of every doctor, of every judge in this state. Again, that's one of the things I enjoy about workers' compensation is you know, I did car wreck and slip and fall work for the first couple of 4 or 5 years. I practiced law, and you might try a case with somebody you'll never see that person again. In workers' compensation, which leads me to tip 2. Always be nice to people in work comp because you will see them again. You will see them at the next WHO, the good guys, the bad guys. Be nice to doctors, be nice to adjusters, be nice to lawyers. So it is a very small society, and you'll see that, especially when you get into the panels of 4, because you know an experienced plaintiff's lawyer will go, "Oh my gosh, no," and you know same thing with judges. You'll find it's a very interesting and unique community where we work in. What else we got? All right. Yeah, continuing on the medicals, the Code of Alabama allows. Where'd that go?
I do see one question that would probably come into yours.
Yeah, go
Is
ahead.
there a time?
No. Hey, let me unmute. I'm unmuted. Yeah. No. There is no. As long as the medical benefits are open, the panel of 4 is. And I think I'm understanding your question. Can anyone ask for a panel of 4 years after the authorized treating physician? Or if the answer to that is yes, your panel of 4 exists as long as medical benefits are open. If the question is there a time frame for getting back to someone or providing that panel? There is not in the code a specific time frame. It's understood universally to be as soon as possible. And there's practical reasons why you would want to do that. We may discuss some of that later as how you can lose control of the medical benefits by not providing medical care in a timely fashion. So answer A, there is no time limit or statute of limitations, so to speak. Answer B is there is no formal time to get someone back a panel of 4 physicians, but you should do it as quickly as possible. What else we got, Tracey? Sorry.
I think I'll get the next ones.
Yeah. Give me this read.
Unless you want to cover the panel of 4 for each specialty.
Yeah. So someone asked a question about whether or not you're owed a panel of 4 for each specialty. The answer to that is no. There have been a number of appellate cases on that issue coming out of Birmingham. Interestingly, a panel of 4 physicians is only applicable to the authorized treating physician. So in my earlier example, you like the authorized treating physician, very nice old guy, looks like Marcus Welby, sends you to a neurologist, do a specialty and you don't like the neurologist, you don't have the right to say, Dr. Welby, get me a new neurologist. That doesn't work that way. So sometimes people burn their panels because they don't like the specialist that they've been sent to. There is a right in a sense to a specialty panel in that if a doctor, whether it be your authorized treating physician or a referral, says you need surgery, you have a right to a surgeon panel. And a surgeon panel would be a right to have someone else look at you under the very limited aspect of, does this person need surgery? Or does this person need this surgery, a 4-level fusion, or just a simple, a simpler procedure? Yes, ma'am.
Now, is that a true panel or just a second opinion?
It is considered by the code to be a true panel. The code says you have a right to an authorized treating physician. If you don't like that physician, here's what you need to do to get a panel of 4 physicians. And if you are unsure or need guidance on surgery, you have the right to another physician. And the way the courts have unpacked that is to say, we understand the code to say you have a right to a panel of 4 physicians and you have a right to a specific surgery panel. Tracey, you said more specific.
Somebody had just asked another question.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it wasn't to me. Oh, good. Okay.
I'll let you know. I'm watching the chat.
Okay. Are we good? Or do you want to answer some more? I mean, panels are real issues. Those of you who are just starting out will see that you'll spend a little bit of time on medicals, especially you're going to spend most of your time in the medical benefits world. And within that world, you're going to spend time on replying to requests for panels or telling someone you don't get this kind of panel. You're also going to spend some time on the medical issues of what exactly is covered under medical benefits. Do we have a slide on that? Let us see what come up. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got skipped.
It's the one that says benefits include doctor's visits. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, there. Okay. Yeah. So medical benefits. Initially we talked about you have medical indemnity and vocational benefits. Again, most of your time is going to be spent on medical benefits and talking about them. And so, developing an understanding of what exactly medical benefits means, that term medical benefits. Certainly it means going to the doctor. It means if the doctor says you need surgery, it means surgery. But it can also mean, it does mean kind of the tangential things to medical benefit or to the medical world. Prescriptions, physical therapy, durable medical equipment. These are kind of cases that got litigated in the late 90s when with the advent of specialized vans. If one of the initial cases was a police officer who had been shot and was unable to use his legs. And his doctor said, look, I encourage you to get out, do everything you can. It's good for your mental health. It's good for the rest of your physical health. I write you this prescription for a van. And that, of course, led to a touch of litigation. And our Supreme Court has said, yes, that if the van or whatever durable medical equipment is meant to improve your quality of life and provide you with the ability to get out and work in the world, then yes, it's going to be included. It wasn't long before we had a number of cases about, well, what does improve your quality of life mean? Because the push then was to say, I want a ramp up into my house. The Supreme Court says, yes, that is included. The next thing was, I'd like a jacuzzi. And our Supreme Court, probably at the apex of its inclusiveness, said, yes, you get that as well. Since that time, they've kind of come back down to say, we would get you a van because it would get you from place to place, but we're not going to get you a scooter because getting around in your home is something that's not putting you back to work. So that kind of litigation, and very famously, all the lawyers will know this, very famously, the Supreme Court blatantly refused to draw a red line and say, this will be acceptable, this will not be acceptable. It said, we reserve the right, and the judge at the trial court level will reserve the right to determine on a case-by-case basis whether this thing or that thing is going to be included. So there's still a source of litigation, but that would be a matter where I would highly encourage any adjuster to speak to an attorney over that. That case law is kind of notoriously tricky. And any young lawyer, I would highly encourage you to talk to an older lawyer before you just rubber stamping yes or no. Mileage is when I want to touch on that. Mileage, I'd spoken about that earlier. It's also a thing that is considered a medical benefit. One that's not on here that Tracey and I have a lot of experience with is an interpreter. If you have a non-English speaking patient and it betters their medical care, you may be required to hire an interpreter to attend that medical visit. Many times we've had to hire a driver because if you don't have a reliable set of wheels, you need to get somebody to the doctor. So mileage, drivers, interpreters, these are all things when we talk about medical benefits. And this is I think a cost containment issue forever is, where does this start? What do you not want? It's the nature of the beast that the plaintiff's lawyer wants as many benefits as they can get for their client. They see the insurance industry as being very stingy with the money, stingy with the treatment. That's frankly not the case. Certainly not with AlaComp, I'll tell you that. And insurance carriers and the insurance lawyers are always wary of someone trying to push this doctor, get unauthorized treatment taken care of. So again, the medical issues are where you're going to spend a lot of your time. Let me, Tracey has put in all caps here, approve quickly. Tracey, you want to talk real quickly on that?
You're going to see that this is a theme in anything that I've done, any kind of class that I've taught, any kind of speech that I've given. I cannot stress how much approved quickly can save everything. Don't close it all the way. He scared me. He was starting to close the computer. I was like, it's going to shut off. Because approving it quickly is your lifesaver. It reduces all kinds of issues. It reduces litigation. It reduces the need for him. It reduces the need for a plaintiff attorney. I can't stress this enough. The quicker that you do things, the more pleased that everybody is. The stress is less on you. The employers are happier. The employees are happier. You have a lot less complications. The doctors get happier. Things move faster. You're paying less on the claim because you're not paying as much in physical therapy. You're not paying as much as indemnity. There are so many good reasons to approve everything as fast as possible. I'm not saying don't do your due diligence. Absolutely do your due diligence. Do what you're supposed to, cross your T's, dot your I's, but don't wait.
But I need to
I'm
turn
thinking that if you turn your earphones on, that it would turn that off.
I think we're having technical difficulties.
Yeah, I'm having earphone trouble. I'm sorry. I will fix this at the break for sure. Well, thank you, Tracey. The utilization review kind of follows along in that model. Under the Alabama Workers' Compensation Act, well, let me back up and say this. One of the other issues we often see when it comes to medical benefits will be an authorized treating physician or a referral doctor suggesting a course of care that makes everybody
Okay, this was a legal question. Is there a legal right to deny treatment that is requested? Since the panel is essentially the employer's choice, is there a legal right for denial of treatment that is requested?
Well,
We're gonna kind of touch on denials on the next slide. So
okay.
you want to hold that one?
Yeah.
But I think it's something that we definitely need you to address.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I'm trying to ease into the denial issue that oftentimes you will see an authorized treating physician or a referral physician who suggests a course of care that kind of makes everybody's eyes pop out of the socket. And you say, well, that can't be right. Like, you've not even done an MRI. Why do you want to do a 4-level fusion? So there are, and we'll discuss this, kind of break this out a little bit, but there are ways in which the insurance carrier can address those issues. But the first thing you got to remember is we don't have necessarily, in the very general sense, we do not have a right to direct the type of medical care that's given. We have a right to send you to a doctor of our choice. And if you ask for another doctor, we'll give you a list of 4 doctors for you to choose from. So we have the right to choose the doctors, but not necessarily to any great degree what the doctors want to do. So though the law does realize there are going to be times when a doctor suggests treatment that just doesn't pass the smell test. It doesn't seem right. The first and probably the most formal level of addressing that is what we call a utilization review. That's a somewhat complicated matter, and I think Tracey's going to touch on this from how it's done with the adjuster standpoint. But the utilization review in general is a request to have another doctor outside of the authorized treating physician or the referral doctor look at the medical records for the treatment, look at what other else is relevant, and say, hey, look, according to essentially the American Medical Association, that is not what one does to fix a problem in this way. We would not do a 4-level fusion just because you're having a tingling in your right arm. And Tracey, you tell me how deep you want me to dive into that as far as the levels or whatnot, but just kind of suffice it to say right now, a utilization review there is a mechanism out there. It's called a utilization review in which you essentially send the records of this treatment off to a third party and have them say, that is what you want. Thank you so much.
You want me to pick this up for a second while you make sure that you got it?
Awesome. Thank you. All right. And I'll say this really quickly. The way a utilization review works in general, if I, as the insurer, go off to, I say, I don't like how this doctor's handling this.
It's better.
Oh, good. Great. I don't like how the doctor's handling this. I want to send this off to utilization review. If the utilization review says, he's right, she's right, that doctor's right, that's it. That it's over at that point. If the utilization review says, oh, I think that doctor's wrong, it does not mean you have the mechanism to go shove that across the desk at that doctor and say, now do it like this doctor out in California said do it. There's essentially an appeal step in there where you kind of walk it up the ladder. These 2 doctors have the duty to sit there and talk to each other and say, well, why do you think this? Why do you think that? The first doctor, the one we were appealing, has the right to talk to the utilization review doctor. So it's somewhat complicated. What I want to leave you with, though, is the idea that it is imperfect and often frustrating, but there is a mechanism which does work, but just not always, to kind of address what we might see as unnecessary medical care.
You know, talk faster.
Faster. Okay. All right. Denials. Unauthorized medical treatment. Let me start in the middle of this. An adjuster, an insurance carrier has no right to deny medical treatment that has been requested by an authorized treating physician. I think we kind of went over that. You have the utilization review. Only another doctor can issue a denial for an order. That would be through the utilization review. What you do have a right to do, though, is have that authorized treating physician's course of treatment reviewed. And again, that's the utilization review. In cases of a questionable legal claim, a legal opinion may be sought in order to deny medical treatment. More on that later. I would encourage that. I'm not trying to drum up business for any lawyers, but it is a good idea. If nothing else, I have questions all the time. I call Tracey. I call the adjusters I work with. It's always a good idea to kind of bounce those issues off of a lawyer if you can, for no other reason than just another set of eyes on a problem.
I'm going to take this one if that's okay.
So, mute. Formal utilization reviews are only really needed if you need to request something that you're not sure of. Yes, a lot of times you can do a utilization review for like a series of 3 shots. If you know it's the 3 epidurals, you can do it for a series of 6 if it's sympathetic blocks for maybe like RSD, or maybe you can go ahead and approve like this kind of injury needs 48 visits of PT. So you can approve in a block and they don't have to be individual depending on what it is. But I'm going to tell you flat out, some companies might require you to do it just to kind of cover, but utilization review is not legally necessary or for the adjuster required unless you are doubtful of something. If you know that this guy has had a fusion and it's very typical to give an LESI, maybe you know that it's the L4, L5 level, and he's 4 years out and he just gets one every so often to calm it down. There's no reason to run that through UR. If you have a surgery and you're like, okay, this doesn't match, then you wouldn't want that to run through UR. We can approve everything all day long. We just can't deny anything. So that kind of went off on a tangent, but I hope that kind of answered that question. Of kind of like use your judgment if you need to do a UR or not.
Right. Indemnity, the second issue we want to look at. Indemnity based in a very general sense runs like this. If you are injured on the job and you are out of work because of that injury for more than 3 days, you are entitled to receive a check for, and it would depend on how much money you were making, obviously, a check for your wages, or 66% of your wages. And it kind of comes in 2 flavors. Let's see, yeah, both present and in the future. If your typical work comp injury starts with the injury, and if someone is held out for treatment for a period of time and unable to return to work, that person receives what we call temporary total disability benefits, TTD benefits. After that time, when the doctor places them at maximum medical improvement, which is saying, I have treated you to get you back to as good as you're going to get, at that time, those temporary total disability benefits are over. From there forward, they are due to some degree, a permanent benefit if they are unable to return to work or return to work at a lesser amount of money. So temporary and permanent. There's usually a gap. The TTD payments are paid up to MMI, and after that time, if the case is in litigation, the permanent benefits are not paid until the settlement of the case or the end of the trial. One thing you will want to note, and Tracey's done a good job putting this on these notes, is when we talk about the statute of limitations in a work comp case, if a case comes across your desk, typically the statute of limitations runs 2 years from the date of injury, or the 2 years of the last time of exposure, if it's an exposure case, like a carpal tunnel case. But the big caveat to that is if TTD benefits have been paid, the TTD benefits will toll the statute of limitations. So in this example, I'm hurt on January 1, 2000. I've not paid any TTD benefits. I cannot file a work comp lawsuit after January 1 of 2002. But if I'm paid TTD benefits for a month, I've got until February 1st of 2002 to file my lawsuit. Something to look forward to. I think a lot of young lawyers will jump in there and say, oh my gosh, they missed the statute, and then call and ask the adjuster. I've done it to Tracey. And she says, no, I paid TTD for a year. Calm down, Fido, don't bite anybody just yet. So that a little something to know that the payment of TTD does run out the statute or extend the statute of limitations. What else we got, Tracey? The 3-day waiting period. Yes, ma'am.
This might be kind of a random question, but the day that the disability begins, so that you start counting TTD, is that the day of injury when they were taken out of work, or is it the first day of full disability?
First day of disability. Yeah, that is correct.
I'll touch more on that when we start in the house.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Because there's some, it depends.
Okay.
That's right. That's right. What's next, Tracey?
No.
Yeah. All right. So within the realm of temporary and permanent disability, you've got temporary total, temporary partial. Sounds like a hard concept. It's really not. If I'm hurt working for Tracey Co. and I am unable to come back to work for a period of time, I am due what we call temporary total disability benefits. And watch that as an adjuster and as a lawyer, because that second T, total, is important. If I am able to work on some level and receive some money, but not as much money as I did, then I am only due temporary partial disability benefits, which is the difference between what I can make in that temporary partial state and what I can make or was making before I got hurt. In the permanent disability benefits, we have permanent total, permanent partial. From the indemnity world, this is the thing that really drives all the litigation. If I am hurt on a job and I receive an injury that will affect my ability to work or my ability to move for the rest of my life, I am, by the Alabama Workers' Compensation Act, due permanent partial disability benefits. And that's where the indemnity, the vocational benefits kind of come in. A typical case, if I fall down the stairs at work, I've broken my leg, it's been severely broken, and the doctor says, Mr. Ray, you have a 10% impairment, physical impairment to your leg. I am due at the end of this lawsuit something around that number that would essentially reimburse me for the 10% loss of use of my leg. The next level is the big one. It's the big tamale. That is the permanent total disability benefit. If I am injured and I've hurt my leg and it only has a 10% physical disability, but I am a let's say I'm a heavy industrial worker that requires me to be on my feet for 12 hours a day, lifting 100 pounds. And the doctor says, because of your broken leg, you can only lift 50 pounds for the rest of your life. I can make a case that I cannot come back to the kind of work I did, making the kind of money I did, or given my education, I'm not eligible to be retrained to do that. Then I have what we call a permanent total disability. And those benefits run for the lifetime of the individual. I know that's a very broad stroke, but and I think Tracey will touch on this later, but the takeaway from that is permanent total disability is based upon your inability to return to work. And you cannot come back to work given your education, given what you were doing, given you cannot come back to commensurate money that you were making. Permanent partial disability is you can come back to work, but we understand that there's going to be some limitations to your movement. There is some limitations to your vocation. You may not be able to go into other jobs. So we give you, you're entitled to permanent partial disability benefits, which are considerably less. Does that work for you? You got another one?
Congratulations, though. We're a quarter of the way through. Are you still with us? I'm coming right through your.
All right. What's next?
If I can hear me at the computer.
Yeah, and I think Tracey is going to talk about this waiting period, if I'm not mistaken, in a lot more detail than I am. But to answer this question, you do have to be out of work for a certain period of time before you're eligible for temporary total disability or temporary partial disability, and that is what we call the 3-day waiting period. One great takeaway is, and Tracey taught me this, I didn't know this, that the 3 days do not have to be consecutive. They have to be 3 days non-consecutively. I mean, I don't pay claims. I just never been involved in that kind of litigation before. So temporary total disability benefits, one of the things you want to take away from this is how does one compute them? You use essentially 2/3 of what we call the average weekly wage. The 2/3 is often referred to as the comp rate. One thing you may want to look at, and Tracey may touch on this, is there's more to your average weekly wage than just what you're getting paid. If you're receiving fringe benefits such as a uniform or travel mileage or that kind of thing, those are plowed into your average weekly wage. Sometimes that becomes an issue once litigation starts, when we've accidentally been paying too low of an average weekly wage, and that plaintiff comes back and demands that back money.
I'm about to tease him. You're jumping the slide.
Huh? Oh, am I? What's the slide?
The next slide.
Okay, yeah.
So just,
Oh, yeah, let's do the
yeah,
next
we're
one.
just going to describe them and then we're going to go to specifics.
Oh, okay, yeah. There we go. All right. How do we arrive at the average weekly wage? The law tells us that you have to look at the 52 weeks before the date of the accident, before the date of the last exposure, and average it out. We found that to be fair. It keeps us from if somebody had a really big month beforehand, you're a salesman or whatever, it kind of averages things out. So you look at the 52 weeks. You're all familiar, I think, with the 52-week wage statement. And we talked about the average weekly wage. You go back, you average out what the person was making per week for the 52 weeks, which is 1 year beforehand. But again, make sure you include the fringe benefits, which, very often medical and dental.
And you're about to lead into, we just got a question. At what point does fringes, went off the screen, become included in the average weekly wage?
At all points. You would take your two tools to determine an average weekly wage would be your 52-week wage statement, which is essentially how much you made over the year divided by 52. Those are your wages, your regular wages. And then a fringe benefit report. A lot of times it is helpful for me as a lawyer if when I go and meet with these insureds, I always at some point during the meeting say, hey, remind me if you guys paid medical insurance, dental insurance, some premium on a health insurance policy or life insurance policy. The fringe benefits are only what the employer pays towards a policy. When you're talking about insurance, be careful with that. So if you have a $1,000 a month family policy, but the employer only pays $100 a month, only that $100 goes towards the average weekly wage. Usually these employers get a fringe benefit report. I don't know who fills these out, but it's got to be the not the biggest thing they're doing that day. I very often find that they're not filled out. And I think a lot of the times these employers don't know that uniform cost, mileage, anything like that is included as a fringe benefit. So you add up the number, the weekly number you get off that 52-week wage statement. You look at through the use of math, which I'm not terribly great at, you find out what they pay a week for the benefits. You add those two together to come up with the average weekly wage. Does that make sense?
What I want to clarify is you only start including them when the employer stops.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
So if they're providing insurance, life insurance, and they continue to pay those benefits, you don't need to add them in. But if they tell you they're going to suspend those, then that's when you're going to like, okay, I'm going to need that. A lot of times employers will continue it for a short time and they won't suspend it until it looks like it's going to be too long. Maybe they suspend it because they're not going to return back to work ever. And so when that happens, you're going to have to recalculate. But the fringe benefits start for you when they stop with the employer.
That is absolutely correct. I misunderstood the question. That is absolutely correct. And that brings a good point. You do want to have that interaction with the employer. And if you have a number of claims with them, number of cases, if you're a lawyer, you can kind of teach them that, hey, when you cut off this guy's or this lady's benefits, do let us know so we don't get behind and end up owing a lot of money at the end. That's a very good point. One other thing you can also look at is what drives the fringe benefit number up. I see this with a lot of skilled positions like truck drivers, plumbers, those kind of things, is they will be involved in a profit sharing or 401k. And typically the employer doesn't know that. If they've got a matching 401k number, that in fact is a fringe benefit. Anything an employer pays to the employee that the employee would otherwise have to pay for themselves to get a good or service is going to be a fringe benefit. We don't have a lot of litigation anymore. It used to be a lot as to what is a fringe benefit. I think we've all finally decided we know what one smells like. We just put it in there.
And I want to throw this out here. We keep saying you have to pay this promptly. You have to have the fringe benefits. It's a 15% penalty with the state of Alabama if you're over 30 days.
That is correct. There is a hammer and a carrot involved in the work comp case code. The 15% penalty is, it gets thrown out around a lot, but it's very real. And so the payment of wages, the payment of medicals, or the repayment of mileage, things like that, there is a real reason to pay them back other than just the administrative issues to get them done quickly. What we got next, Tracey?
We're going back to more specific about TTD.
Okay. All right.
You want me to do the math?
Yeah, you do the math. I know math.
Can you hear me now? Strange. It was showing me as unmuted and okay. Sorry. So we touched on the TTD and we touched on average weekly wage being 2/3. But more specifically, the state has a maximum min. So it changes every year on July the 1st, and it's based on average payroll for Alabamians for the prior year. I don't know where they get the numbers from. I just know the general issues from there. So it changes on the July the 1st. So you always need to keep up with what that max min is. So you have a comp rate. You're going to multiply that by that 2/3. Now in my slide, you can see I do 0.6667. I have found that it's like every employer does that a little bit different and you're going to be a few pennies off. Some people go so far as to divide by 3 and multiply by 2. Some people will do 0.67, 0.667, 0.6. So do whatever your company does. It's literally, we're all going to be pennies off and nobody's going to really care at the end of things as long as you're consistent. So then do your multiplication. If the comp rate is between that max and min, you're golden. Everything's great. Everybody's fine. If they're such a high wage earner that they're over that maximum, I'm going to be honest, you're going to have a very upset client because they're going to be really massively reduced down to whatever that maximum is. So in this case, somebody's bringing home $300 a week less. If they are making a lower end salary, it changes. Right now it is 983 max and 270 min, but it changes every year on July the 1st. You can find that on the Alabama State Department of Labor's website. Under their workers' comp division, they have a section called documents, and they keep a list of that. It shows the mileage rates. They have a list of the max min salary. So the Department of labor.alabama.gov/WC. I'm kind of sad that I know that off the top of my head, but you scroll down about halfway, there's a document section. They have a claims handling guide. They've got us a cheat sheet, y'all, and they have all kinds of documents for you. So please be sure to check that out, because that will, and every year they will email you the updates. So if they're above the minimum, this is where it gets a little complicated. If they are above the minimum, but that 2/3 is below the minimum, then they're going to get the minimum. So if you are at $300 times the 2/3, that's $200. Well, their 300 is over the minimum of 270, but the 200 is below, so they're going to get $270. However, if somebody is making below minimum as their average weekly wage, they're part-time, maybe they're retired, this is just their side gig, whatever, they're not going to get paid more, but you can't take them down. So then they're going to get 100% of their average weekly wage. So their average weekly wage is $150. You can't reduce it anymore, but you're not going to pay them anymore either. So they're going to get average weekly wage would then equal the comp rate. TPD kind of touched on that just a little bit. The simplest way that I can put it, you take what they should have made, you subtract what they actually did make, and you multiply that by the 2/3. Max min doesn't really apply here because I've never caught it applying because I've never been in those issues, because you're just subtracting salary from what they did. So there's no temporary total here. So if they're supposed to make $820 and they only brought home $520, then you multiply the 300 by the 2/3 and they get to bring home $200 extra from comp. You're just basically trying to balance them out. And a lot of people get confused by that. So just always remember what they should minus what they did times 2/3. And back to you.
Let me say, that is always better done by an adjuster than a lawyer. We would be here for another 2 hours if the lawyer had to explain that, but that is absolutely right. And I guess the best takeaway, two takeaways from that I've noticed in my career is one, make sure you are looking at the comp rate when you're talking about the maximum and minimum. That's what Tracey was saying, not your raw wages. Those aren't the subject to the maximum minimum. And two, if you have an injury that you think might be near either the top end or the bottom end, check and see what date of the year that injury happened. If it happened before July 1st, you're going with last year's numbers. If it happened after July 1st, you're going with that year's numbers. I'll catch that maybe once a year, but it's fun to do. Now, this is one of my favorite parts. I explain this for a living, the scheduled member versus the body as a whole. Under practically every workers' compensation system there's ever been, back to the pirates, back to the Civil War, to Alabama's workers' compensation system, we make a distinction as to what part of your body has been injured. And there are essentially two theaters of injury. And the first is what we call the body as a whole. And that's an injury to essentially the core part of your body, your back, your internal organs, your head, your shoulders. An important caveat to that is it will include your shoulders and hips. If you have an injury that's outside what we call the body as a whole, an injury to the legs or the arms, that is treated differently for a number of work comp purposes. There is tons of litigation, and always will be as long as there's a schedule, as to whether the injury was in a body as a whole versus the schedule. And that is because the value of damages that are achievable are vastly greater to the body as a whole, typically, than they are to the scheduled injuries, which are the legs and the arms. Let's see, scheduled members are typically your extremities. And let's kind of dive into why what's that? Oh, your fingers? Yeah, your fingers. Okay, I thought you said 10 minutes. Yeah, that's right. Your fingers. But by arms, it is from the tip of the finger up to, but not including your shoulders, from the tip of your toes up to, but not including your hips. Injuries to the hips and shoulders are going to be considered body as a whole. You have at section 25.577, I think it is, maybe 57, but you have a schedule. It is a list of how many weeks one can get impairment, is due impairment for a injury to an arm, a leg, a hand, a scheduled injury. The important thing to know is that comp rate caps at $220. So for instance, I lose a finger. I'm a mailman. My finger's bitten off by a dog. I look up the schedule and see that a finger is worth 100 weeks. And I am due to get $220 for each of those 100 weeks if I've lost my whole finger. There's some very simple math. And it's frankly not a lot of money. We have these issues where people will receive to them what would be to me as well a horrific injury. You lose a finger. You have to have your wrist fused because of a break. And the bottom line is it does not equal a lot of money because it's a scheduled injury. For the body as a whole, you are due for partial injuries, you are due 300 weeks of your comp rate. So obviously your comp rate is going to be over $100 or $220, as Tracey just told you. That's at the worst, it's going to be $270 if you're full-time employed, times 300 weeks, which would represent is just an agreed upon number for how long you can get those benefits. And you can see then that it's financially a better deal to have a body as a whole injury. So a lot of times you will see, and I think we're going to talk about this later, an injury to a knee, which is very much a scheduled injury. People will try to do what we call get it out of the schedule. And you will see people argue that I have an altered limp, I have an altered gait, therefore my back is hurting me, and I now have a body as a whole injury. Tracey, can we see what the next slide is? Because before I get into this, I may be getting ahead of myself. Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, let me say this one other thing about a scheduled injury, and I think this is a thing you're going to get asked a lot. The scheduled injury. Tracy's going to cover this as far as getting credit for TTD paid, right? Okay, I won't get into that. Okay, so hopefully that's a good overview of body as a whole versus a scheduled injury.
There's one thing we didn't put in your side of the slides
What's that?
that you just segued into. Do a quick blurb on subrogation about the owner of the dog that just bit your finger off.
Yes, absolutely. All right, subrogation is another thing I talk about for a living, but I talk to different people about this. I talk to plaintiffs' lawyers about this all the time. Subrogation is a legal theory that says if I am hurt, in a very general sense, if I am hurt in an injury and I have an insurance company that pays for my medical care, that pays for me being off work, and then I'm able to sue a person who caused that injury, and I recover money from that person, I've got to give back to the insurance company what they've paid me. Otherwise, I'm double dipping. I'm getting money from the insurance company. I'm getting money from the owner of the dog. I've double dipped. As you can imagine, the most plaintiffs and most plaintiffs lawyers abhor the world of subrogation. They do want to double dip. They feel like they're not getting enough as it is. So one thing we want to always be aware of is if the injury that has sparked our workers' compensation claim was caused by what in the industry we call a third party, meaning somebody that wasn't the employer and wasn't the employee. Again, in the example of the finger bite, the owner of that dog, if say there are circumstances that the dog got out of the yard or the dog is a pit bull, which is a dangerous animal, the person, the injured employee has the right to sue the owner of the dog. If they get money, they must pay back the work comp insurance carrier that paid for their medicals, paid for their TTD. The practical thing about that is you've got to stay on top of that because you got to be able to write them the plaintiff's lawyer a letter to say, hey, we have a subrogation lien, keep them updated on how much it is because it will increase as treatment goes along. And then make sure, if you need to, you can even intervene in their lawsuit so that they cannot skip town on you. That's the thing we do often. There is someone asked a question. You want to address that? Someone asked a question. Can we intervene in a third party suit in order to get that money, even if the injured employee doesn't want to sue them? The answer is yes. And it's a little bit complicated, but the general answer is yes, because a lot of times you'll find that the injured employee doesn't want to sue that person because it was their grandmother or it was a friend or they just don't want to sue them. So the Alabama Workers' Compensation Act allows us during a specific period of time after the 2-year statute of limitations has run for that injured employee to sue. We have 6 months to essentially what we call stand in his shoes and bring an action on his behalf that is limited to what we can get back in our subrogation. So the answer to that is yes. That's a very good question.
The reason I added it depends. An attorney's always going to tell you, yeah, you can do it. And the thing is, yes, but is it worth it?
That's right.
And you have to look at your evidence, your likelihood of recovery, your attorney fees, litigation costs. What's the potential of recovery is going to be risk versus reward. Sometimes it's just not worth it. But are you allowed to? Absolutely. If the client doesn't approve, depending on, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking. The claimant doesn't have an option to sometimes the insured might, yeah, there you go, okay.
That's very.
Sometimes the insured, maybe they have a contract with that people. You're gonna lose them a really big client if you go after that client. It depends.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. There are always extenuating circumstances, and one of them can be you do want to take a long, hard look at is there a reliable chance of getting real money back from that third party? And as we just said, is this going to somehow, in some manner, get your insured, the employer of the injured employee, into some sort of trouble if they have to sue their biggest customer? So you don't want to do that.
Do you see that question?
What's that? Missed it.
Can we get credit for the worker gets for future benefits?
Yes, you can. It is complicated, and it's not really it depends, but it's fluid. Those are imaginary, not necessarily imaginary, but they're speculative numbers that have to be reduced to real numbers. They're going to be reduced to real numbers. I'm making sure nobody's standing outside the door by a judge who may or may not have put a lot of thought into it.
Realistically, we wind up kind of, maybe we'll waive subrog for future benefits, or we'll reduce our subrog amount if you'll end your claim. You can kind of use it, but it's really hard to put like a specific figure.
Yeah, that's right. And I think where Tracey's going with that is we found over the years that there's a lot to be gained by just cutting the cord on these things, not essentially using the subrogation lien as a trading chip to say, we will let your subrogation lien, we will waive our subrogation lien if you'll close future medical benefits. And in everybody's mind, that works about right. So it is not often that we go out and chase subrogation. In fact, it's fairly rare.
One case.
Yeah. But it is quite common to have to make sure you stay on top of a third-party claim. And again, the way you figure this out is look at the accident itself. If it was a car wreck caused by a third person, there's going to be a third-party litigation. So go ahead, write to them. If you're getting a lot of pushback about, we don't think we have to pay this subrogation, you have the employer, the carrier. The carrier has a right to intervene in any lawsuit. What you want to look at is, though, most plaintiffs' lawyers are not going to want to file a formal lawsuit. They're just going to want to settle sub-lawsuit with the car insurance carrier. So you've kind of got to write to that car insurance carrier. It's probably the best thing you can do. Moving on. I'm sorry.
Okay, back to our regularly
Yes,
scheduled
back to the
program.
regularly scheduled
Sorry
program.
about that.
Permanent total disability. This is the big one. This is the 800-pound gorilla of the work comp world. Permanent total disability is you've got an injury to a body as a whole. It must be a body as a whole. And you are unable to go back to work, doing the kind of work you were doing, making money commensurate to what you were making. And you're unable, in the judge's eyes, to be retrained to go back to a different job making that kind of money. Permanent total disability it moves on a lot of fronts. If you have someone with very low education and a very high physical job demand, they are quite likely to be permanently and totally disabled if they cannot go back to doing what they did, because there'll be very little chance of retraining. And, say a back injury says you can only lift 50 pounds. If I have a 50-pound lifting restriction, I'll work till I'm 90. I don't pick that much up. But if you work in a coal mine, you're probably having those problems. A lot of problems we run into are truckers, and a back problem that results in the doctor saying you cannot sit more than 30 minutes at a time. To the average person, you and I can stand and sit at will. It's not a problem. But a trucker, that's devastating. So the takeaway I want to make there is, if someone is permanently and totally disabled, it is really going to depend on what they do and their ability to retrain. The courts can also take into account age, and where they live. So it is much easier to get a permanent total disability ruled against you in Vernon, Alabama, than it is in Birmingham, Alabama, because the issue of where is this person going to go back to work if he can't work, where he was. That is true. Mr. Michael is a trucker. That is right. But truckers they're hard to defend in a work comp case. I think they are, because they're all smart and they know what's going on. Let me say this. So the reason a permanent total is usually so large is you're not multiplying the average weekly wage by 300 weeks. You're multiplying it by their life expectancy, which is something we'll find in the mortality table. So if you have a young person, that's 30 years old, you've got another 40, maybe 47 for a lady, 47 years of that average weekly wage. And it does not stop at 65, like we all want to. It doesn't stop when you're going to stop working. It's going to stop at your mortality levels. So it is not uncommon to see someone, to give you an idea, a scheduled injury usually maxes out at about, what'd you say, Tracey, about 45,000, close to 50,000, whatever.
About 50, 52.
Yeah, and a body as a whole injury that's a permanent partial is almost never going to be more than about 63,000. It is not uncommon to find permanent total disabilities close to 800,000 for someone who's making good money and is relatively young, or relatively young and not making good money, if you've got to multiply it by a lot of years. So there's what we deal with. There's why we always want to avoid permanent total disabilities. Have we got another permanent total disability? Because there's one thing.
I go into math.
Okay, you want to math it up, or you want to see?
I'm not even really sure who to start this. This is just math.
You muted. I unmuted.
This I think is the multiple scheduled injury, right?
Scheduled injury here.
All right. Well, what's the next slide? There is one thing I want to talk about the.
Then we'll go back.
Okay.
Yeah, this is permanent title. This is
Yes.
everything on permanent title.
Okay. All right. So one thing I'd like to leave with you on permanent total disability benefits, and Tracey and I talk about this a good bit. Permanently totally disabled does not mean you are laying in the floor in the fetal position, drooling just a little bit. That is not. I mean, you can walk around. You can go to Walmart. You can pick up your grandkids. You can cut the grass and be permanently totally disabled as a matter of law, because there are a ton of appellate cases that say permanent total disability does not mean complete inability to move. You're not, in an iron lung type situation. It just means that, given the circumstances of your job, how much money you are making, how old you are, where you live, there is no real chance of you returning to work making this kind of money. Permanent total disabilities are fairly rare. A lot of judges don't like to give them. A lot of them do. But I find that a lot of judges, because they see that giant gap, if you've got someone who's worked for a long time and it is pretty obvious they can't come back to work, you may be looking at a PT. But if you've got someone who is fairly young and even if they have a large disability rating, a lot of judges are inclined to kind of keep it within the permanent partial disability rating in 300 weeks. But you got to understand the judge has a big decision to make, because she or he has to decide whether to give somebody, is $62,000 enough for that horrific injury, or is $800,000 too much for that? So they're given a kind of a impossible choice. But the takeaway there is just because you've got surveillance of somebody picking up their grandkids from school does not mean in Vernon, Alabama, that you're going to say, well, he can drive a cab. There's no cabs. So it's all contingent on who you are and where you live, that kind of thing. Not to pick on Vernon. I love Vernon. That's where Matt Graham's wife is from. So I was using that as an example. No, I love it. It's a great town.
Matt's my boss, FYI.
Yes.
So using the permanent total as a tool for the adjusters, there's a whole lot of gray between the cap and the 99%. As adjusters, that's kind of where we're going to play in our settlement playground. Permanent total is not as common as you would think it was because there's so much gray before you get there. So I'll just leave that.
No, in fact, there's so much gray that we refer to it as the gray area. If you get involved in a case and somebody says this is a gray area case, it means this case's settlement value is above 60 and below 800. That we've got to put a number out there where it makes both sides nervous to walk away from the case. Math, you will do it? Hit it.
Impairment ratings. Schedule numbers are pretty easy. Get your impairment rating, how many weeks for that body part, which is on a chart. It's provided by the Department of Labor under the Alabama Workers' Comp Act. And I like to joke that I can tell people I know exactly how much an arm and leg was worth. Cheesy joke, but it makes them laugh. Because we do know that. As adjusters, we now know. I know what happens to Chris's story when he loses an eye. Right now, the cap for the PPD rate is 200. Or sorry, 220. That is a point of contention. This is what Judge Ballard tried to suspend workers' comp as an unconstitutional, was over that amount. Because the cap is now less than the minimum. And this is creating some issues. But right now, it's still 220. So you take your percentage and trick question, which edition of the guide are we supposed to get the impairment from? Anybody? Yes. Fourth, the Alabama state law has this one line blurb that says impairments are done to the 4th edition. I think we're currently up to the 6th edition. Nobody wants to talk about the 5th. So a lot of times you might see doctors put a 6th edition, and you're going to have to go back and go, no, I'm sorry, I need 4th. It's specifically stated that it must be 4th edition. So the impairment, so 10% times whatever the body part, which in this case I did 220 or 200. I keep getting the numbers backwards. Times 220, which is the cap for the week. Because we're going to assume that their average weekly wage was average. And so they're going to hit that cap. So they're going to get 4,400. So impairment times body part times 220. That's your impairment. That's your number to start with. If you have multiple ratings, then you're going to basically add them up and give them as a total. And that's a scheduled number. So if maybe I had one finger on this hand, one finger on this end, then you would add those together. A lot of times, if it's the same body part, like say they injured these 2 fingers, then you might just get an impairment to the hand.
Absolutely.
If you've done enough of these calculations, you'll realize that a lot of them start adding up to be very close. So maybe you see 20% to one finger might be 5% to the hand, but then you realize you have to calculate those up, they're almost equal. So the guidelines have worked together to come out when you got, so much to this finger, so much to this hand, to the arm, they kind of equal out. That's the best. My chat screen's coming up, my PowerPoint. Body as a whole, I'll be honest, is kind of hard to describe through a PowerPoint. I put in the formula so that you can see it. The best tutorial for it is under the Department of Labor, that claims guide handling that I was telling you about. It's got a great cheat sheet. It's got all laid out in the formula, you can substitute it in. I have also created an Excel power sheet that'll do it. It's not official, it's not approved. But if you want to email me, and my email will be at the end of this, I don't mind giving it out. I mean, it's a little Excel that I just created to make it easy for me. Do you still use 220 if the comp rate is lower than 220?
For the scheduled injury? Yes.
It's weird.
Yeah, the 220, that is correct. But you're multiplying it typically by the impairment. But yes, the 220 is a blessing and a curse, mostly a blessing. Because it limited it on the high end, but if you have below, my understanding is that it is used. I'll find that.
It very rarely comes up.
Right.
I got dinged on it once. I'll type it in. I had an ombudsman come back because it's really not clear. Because they say you can't pay less than that in one subsection of the law, but that's not under the same section with the schedule. And it comes back. So I've started erring on the side of caution and just using the 220. Because in the most part, it's not going to be an issue. It's very, very rare that you're going to have something that's too much less than that. Because I have to look up the statute again, but it's separate. It's not under the 57.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
It's like 76 or something.
77. Oh, that's a great question. Let me look it up during the break.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what the answer to that is. A great question. Can I say one thing about stacking these injuries? While we do stack scheduled injuries, if say I had 2 shoulder injuries, there's a little trick to body as a whole injuries. You don't necessarily stack the impairment ratings you owe for the worst of the 2, but you can consider both of them if you're looking for your disability rating. So someone obviously with 10% to one shoulder and 20% to the other, you owe assuming they don't happen at the same time, but you owe, I assume they do, you owe the 20% is the highest technically you owe, but when you're looking at vocational disability, your vocational disability would be higher, obviously, because you're having two arms that are impaired. It sounds like an esoteric issue, but it's not 100% because a lot of times you'll have plaintiffs' counsel saying you owe me X as your bottom number. That's not really true. But if you go to try the case, the court can consider the fact that you've got 2 shoulder problems versus 1 when they talk about your ability to work in the future. So it is and isn't necessarily stacked.
I just had a question. At yesterday's meeting, the attorneys cautioned us against telling the claimant what their rating is worth because the judge can amend the value. Can you talk about that, please?
Yeah, I think some of the best letters I see will run the numbers or essentially run them behind the scene and say, hey, the FCE gave you a 10% disability rating, period. And under that, say we offer you blank based on that disability rating. That in no way addresses the whether or not that's the most or less you can get. It gives the rationale behind this is what we've offered you. So yeah, I mean, it's not illegal to show your math. It is probably unethical. And I think Jack, is that Jack sneezing in my ear right there? Jack, I think Jack was right when he said you shouldn't tell them that's all you can get, because that's not technically true. But I do find the best letters show someone how we arrived at this number, because A, it's usually a lot less than they think it's going to be. It's like when you trade in your car. And 2, I'm helped when they say, well, this piece of junk was this old and it needed a new transmission. That's why I only offered you that much. So yeah, I mean, does that answer the question?
And I'm going to add to that. Everybody does it a little different. And I know what that attorney's point was, because yes, if you take it to court, a judge can override a doctor's impairment. A doctor can override the therapist's evaluation, the IR, the impairment rating. I get that. But for me, I like the transparency. Because everybody's going to be, where the heck did you come up with that number? One, if they ever get their medical records, which they have the absolute right to, that number is going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times the doctor's going to put it on their return to work slip. Impairment rating equals. They're going to tell them, the therapist that did it is going to tell them. They're going to know what their impairment rating is. So there's no reason for us to hide that. So for me, the more upfront I am and say, look, the state has given me a formula. Here's your average weekly wage. Here's your impairment rating. Please verify this formula. They feel like they have a little control. They're not left in the dark. They don't feel like you're trying to sneaky on them. I like that transparency. I think it creates communication. And yes, a judge or another doctor could overrule that, but they'll know that we were working as honest as we had with that information to begin with.
Right.
And that's my opinion about it.
Yeah. Can I interject something I wanted to say today earlier? No judge anywhere is ever has been, probably ever will be bound by a specific number that a doctor gives. That is, as old Judge Vowell used to say, legal is square, medical is round. In work comp, we are tasked, unfortunately, with putting square pegs in round holes every single day. So when a doctor gives a 15% impairment rating, and we say, all right, 15 times the average weekly wage is what you're owed, that's really kind of our minimum. The judge can give a higher, can give a lower, but don't think you can't get a PT when the doctor says 10%. It can and does happen. Let's talk about, we're going to talk about death benefits. This is another thing I seem to do a lot. I handle a lot of death benefits. Under the Alabama Workers' Compensation Act, if a person dies as a result of an accident, whether it happened right then or happened later, and that's an important thing to know, if it happened right then or later as a result of an on-the-job accident, the code has a set method for determining benefits. first of all, there are funeral benefits. The funeral benefits are not payable to the family. They are reimbursement benefits. And it is up to $6,500. So if I have a very nice informal funeral at the monastery at Conyers and it cost me $1,200, my family only gets that reimbursed. They should have had a nicer funeral for me. The next thing you look at, the funeral benefits are irregardless of whether or not you have family or whatever. Look now then on the dependents. And I want to caution you that dependents in the Work Comp Act are not the same thing as heirs under the probate code. Dependents under the Alabama Workers' Compensation Act, to simplify, are those who either by supposition, meaning your spouse and children that are under the age of 18 were dependent on you, or those that you can prove were dependent on you. So you had your mom living with you, your elderly dad or whatever. It has to be, can't be a stranger, can't be very far outside of a nuclear family. But if you can prove, or they can prove, that they provided benefits up to 50%, then those people can, for 52 weeks, next preceding the date of death or the date of injury, then those people can be listed as dependents. It's a little tricky when you work on how much money is owed to a dependent once someone is determined to be a dependent. If you only have one dependent, then that person only gets 50% of the average weekly wage. If you're very used to doing the 66 and 2/3 numbers, that sometimes can be. I've been guilty of it as recently as a couple of months ago. Now, luckily, we were in the very early stages, and I caught myself at the kitchen table, and had to redo my numbers. But that's an oddity of the law. If you have two or more dependents, say you have a wife and one child, a wife and 4 children, then each person gets 66 2/3. So here's the other thing. The children and the wife are dependents as long as they remain in a certain status. If the wife or the husband remarries, that person is no longer given those benefits. These benefits are typically paid out over 500 weeks. If a child turns 18, that child is no longer eligible. That child may be eligible after 18, the code says, if they are mentally or physically incapable of working. And that's the exact words of the code. What that means may be up to a little bit of speculation. But so you can have during that 500 weeks, and we do have a number of cases where somebody had 4 or 5 kids of varying ages. Some drop out, some come back, and as somebody asked if the children go to college, if they're under 18, they are still dependents. The magic to that is your age and or your inability to work because of a physical or mental impairment. The spouse typically will go all the way out to 500 weeks if the husband or wife doesn't remarry. If you're paying these out over weeks, you can want to keep track, just kind of maybe run a little Facebook background, see if you got some wedding pictures. If you do, you probably want to make a phone call. And really just diary the kids. You're going to know the kids' ages. Diary when they turn 18. Somebody asked about being emancipated. As far as I understand, the only criteria we look at is 18 or inability to work. One thing you will want to look at, these death benefits and death claims, always take a look at a potential third-party action because they tend to attract, that kind of thing. These people are going to get a lawyer. And if you got any questions, it becomes a little bit more complicated in the fact that your subrogation is a little bit different in a death claim. In a death claim, your subrogation for medicals paid, if the person died, you are not typically allowed to get that subrogation for the medicals. It's only for the indemnity paid. Our Supreme Court has said that about tort cases, and they've recently applied it. Not recently, they have applied it to comp cases as well. So be aware of that. I have been guilty 20 years ago of kicking in somebody's door and demanding $100,000 for medicals. Thanks. Told me to hit the road, and I did.
So my wife and 2 children get 66 2/3 divided evenly among dependents. One child turns 18, so then the wife and the younger child would split the 66 2/3.
Readjust. That is correct.
Yes.
Yeah, and another thing, I said this at the beginning, do watch this. If somebody hands you a will and says, well, they wanted, the money to go to the Humane Society, you give them that. No thanks. Or if, they wanted to cut this son out of the will. They hadn't talked to the son in 20 years. We've had cases like that. So be it. If that kid's under 18, the kid may not be under 18 at that point, but it does not track the inheritance laws of the state of Alabama, even the intestate inheritance laws, which is when you die without a will. Those are slightly different. It's very specifically spelled out in the code. But yeah, what's next?
Well, I'll answer your question. How often do we request an affidavit from a widow? It's 1 year the standard.
You can.
That's a company thing.
Yeah, you can.
Every company does it different.
Yeah. Now, I would say this, they may not answer you. And I'm not sure there is anything in the code that allows you to cut off benefits if they don't answer you. Like there's something commensurate to that, in the affidavit of employment. If they don't answer you, I'm all over that Facebook. I'm all over calling the employer, the guys, especially if you're in a smaller town, people are going to, the deceased employer may know, and they say, oh yeah, she and I are married now.
And I don't think there's any official legal way. You just kind of back up.
Yeah, but if you have a reasonable belief, though, you can go to a court and say, hey, we'd like to amend this. Vocational disability.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Well, that's about all I need to talk about vocational disability. Vocational disability what you need to know about that is it comes into play mostly when you're talking about someone with a permanent disability, either to the body as a whole. And it reflects their inability to go to work at certain jobs in the future. It's a fairly nebulous concept. While the code specifically says it's different than physical disability, you essentially kind of roll the two together to find out what your ability is. So the best way to use it is to explain the concept. If you can have a 5% disability because of a shoulder injury, but if you just ran those numbers, it wouldn't be much money. It's 300 weeks times 0.05 times your comp rate. But we all know that if you're a stocking shelf or a stocking clerk, you can't do that job. There's probably other jobs you can do, but that will represent a lot of jobs you can't do that you need to be paid for in the future. So that's how a 5% shoulder injury can be worth $40,000 is because there's a vocational disability there. Vocational training, I'll touch on it very quickly. It's not used too often, but if you have someone that's young enough, could be in the 50s or whatever, has the education, a GED even, you can offer vocational retraining. And the vocational retraining is intended to kind of mediate that inability to find work because it would train you for other jobs, thereby reducing your disability. Vocational expert evaluations, vocational rehabs. We all know, if you try a case that is going to be the issue is permanent total disability based on an inability to find work, both sides will want to present evidence about how this injury affects their ability to get jobs in the future. That's where your vocational experts come in. I've got some. Here we go. There is no magical formula for vocational disability. It is probably the most subjective area when you go in front of a judge. The judge is going to hear this issues, and she or he is going to have to make a determination based on what's out there. But that's the thing to know about vocational disability is that is the mechanism that makes what would look to be kind of an innocuous injury to the body as a whole into a much bigger, more important injury. And that is the theory that that injury, though physically not disabling, keeps you from doing a great many jobs. Agree? Disagree? Discuss?
I'm feeling proud that we're 3 minutes under.
All right.
Can you mute?
I am muting now.
So why it's convenient that I have to keep cutting myself off or mute and unmute because y'all can hear me through him. I'm getting an echo, so that's why I started talking funny, like I'm talking like William Shatner and spurts and pieces. And I'm a nerd. So what we're gonna do, I'm not gonna cut the Zoom off. I don't want the call to disconnect. I don't want us to have to try to log back in. So I'm going to leave it up for the entire 30 minutes. You're going to look at a very pretty blank screen of nothing. And we're going to come back and start running our mouths again at 10:30. If there's any other questions that come up, please keep them coming. We enjoy the interaction. We're trying to get as much in. It's kind of like a crash course 101. We're trying to get everything in. And we'll just keep going, and I hope to see y'all back in 32 minutes. Thank you. You get to look at my picture, you don't get to look at my wall. And we're back. I know everybody's waited with bated breath, but it is 10:30, so we are back, and it's kind of my turn to talk. Yay! Like I've not been started, been hussed the whole time. I will tell you this: it's harder for me to talk and read at the same time. Go figure. So if I miss something in chat, hopefully David can catch some of it, or just keep asking me until I see it, or unmute for a second, go, hey, get my attention, whatever. Because I kind of realized at the very beginning, I didn't really give a full introduction. So I kind of said, hey, this is David Ray, he's an attorney, but it's David Ray from Mooty and Associates. He's a defense attorney. He's been an attorney for just years and years and years. Years. We were very close in age, so I had to be careful with that. I am an adjuster with AlaComp. I started off as a paralegal, decided I kind of wanted to switch to the middle of things. And I have been in the middle as an adjuster for close to 20 years, 20 years. And I got my first paralegal job at 19, so I've kind of been doing this since literally a teenager. So that's enough talking about that. So my name is Tracey. I put my email up. There'll be more contact information at the end. Please feel free to stop me. And hopefully I have rambled only a minute. I'm usually better at rambling. So I was trying to get time to let people get back to the computer, because I'm going to start off with a question, because I want to see who is already back and paying attention. So I want to see what y'all think as what starts a claim. Whisper so they can't hear you. Oh, I gave them a sheet.
Is it on there? Oh, okay, I'll be right.
See, I was tricky. There you go. That was the magic one I was waiting for. A lot of people said notice of injury, the injury happened. The injury happening is what starts the process, but what actually starts the claim? See, I knew what the answer was going to be. Not hint, it's not the injury. It's your first report. There is not a claim until the employer has given us a first report of injury. And it needs to be a complete first report. It really does. Until the employer has filled all this out, especially with the state, for Alabama going electronic EDI only as of July the 1st, it has to be complete. If we put this in the computer system incomplete, it's just going to kick right back. It needs to be complete. It needs to be exactly where it needs to say. It's got to have all the information in it. And once we get this in, that's when we can start an actual claim. Now we have legal standing, we have a claim number, we have something to do. And so now that we've got our pretty piece of paper, what are we going to do with that? Well, is it even a claim? Is it compensable? Was it horseplay? Was it, is this really something we're going to cover? Did it even really happen at work? Scary enough, we see this a lot. Is it even your insured? Was it, we've had our insureds turn it in thinking that they needed to turn it in. Wasn't their employee. It was a temp, or maybe it's a subcontractor that didn't really have a full contract with indemnified workers' comp. It may not be somebody that's covered. Even rarely is it even a covered employee. So sometimes, officers will opt out of workers' comp in Alabama because officers are allowed to opt out of workers' comp. So you might get the president of the company, he's opted out of doing, filing a claim, and then he files a claim. You're like, whoa, dude, you didn't do that. You opted out. So you need to make sure that it's somebody that you can cover. Then you're going to look, is it medical only, lost time, record only? Is it, what kind of degree of issues are we looking at? Then you're going to need to, where did they send him to the doctor? Because was it an emergency? Did he already go? Has he already been? She been? Did they go to the family practitioner? Did they let them go to a company OpMed? Did they go to the emergency room because it was you need to kind of know what the employer has already authorized. And then from that, what's to be done immediately? So basically, the very first thing is get all the info. All the info. You have to have all the info. How do you do that? 3-point contacts. I'm sure other places have called it different, but most people are going to call it the 3-point contact. You're going to have the employer, the doctor, and the employee. There is no real specific order to do this. I have my preferred, and I kind of laid out why some of this was my preferred. There's no real specific way to do it. But if you go ahead and you open up that communication right off the bat, you've called everybody within that. Usually if you can do it within the first 24 hours, then they know you've got attention, you're paying attention to them. The employer feels like you're giving good service. The doctor's office is going to get ready and they're going to know that things are getting moving fast, and the employee is going to feel taken care of. There are so many benefits to going back to what I said 2 hours ago. Approve it quickly. The quicker you work, the better the communication is and the better everybody feels. And feeling has a lot of effect on a claim. If they feel like they're getting taken care of, then you're going to see a lot less litigation. So we have a lot less of David conversations. Sorry, David, taking your business. It just moves smoother. People don't have time to change stories. Your witnesses are going to have memories fresh in their mind. So do it quickly. So call your employer. What is their current work status? What is their light duty? What is their concerns? That kind of stuff. Always really have it ready to go. Trying to change my video. There it goes, because it was blocking my PowerPoint. So call the employer, confirm the work status. Are they on light duty? Are they able to accommodate light duty? What is their concerns? Do they think, Joe Smith was over here doing something he wasn't supposed to do? Maybe he was messing around. Then call the doctor's office. What's the work status? What's the notes? What's their update? Hey, I'm going to be the adjuster. Here's my address. Send me all the bills. Please make sure you fax me everything. Make sure that you give me all the information ASAP. Be involved, get your stuff. A lot of times if you get the doctor's info, your info to the doctor up front, especially like the OpMeds and some of the orthos that are more used to workers' comp, they will automatically put you on the fax list. So, appointment happens and you magically get records, within 24 hours. So go ahead and call the doctor's office, let them know. Especially if it's somebody you're familiar with, just call them. If it's something like an emergency room or a hospital where it's really more big and corporate, there's not an easy contact, send them a quick letter. We have form letters. It works in our system. It spits all the information in there and it just spits it right back out. If you can do something like that, a fill-in form, I recommend it. Just, hey, I'm the adjuster, please send me the bill. I usually do all of those first so that when I call the employee, I'm prepared. When I call the employee, they're going to go, well, what about the therapy that the doctor ordered? Oh, well, I'm already working on that order. The doctor's already sending it over. So I usually call the employee last because they're going to have the most questions. And if I've called everybody else first, I'm going to have a lot more of the answers. And then it also kind of gives me a gauge of how to act with them. Are they upset? Are they really seriously hurt? Is it a light injury? It kind of gives me a gauge on, should I even call them if they're like very seriously injured? You don't want to call them immediately. You're going to have to, So I usually save the employee to last. I always send out a contact letter. That is our company policy. I'm sure every company has a different policy. If it is a policy, I highly recommend it. That way you have some kind of something to document. I did try to reach out to you. So I always recommend sending out a contact letter. Recorded statements, those again can be company specific. Some companies require every single claim. Some companies require that you do them on specific claims. If maybe it's questionable, maybe it's a certain account that wants all of theirs recorded. Maybe it was a catastrophic, so you need a lot of witness statements. Recorded statements are going to kind of be on your discretion. Recorded statements can be a tool. They are very useful for being able to document conversations, to document at the very beginning what the injury is, what they're complaining about. It makes it harder for surprises to come in the future. It is discoverable. If we've probably all gotten that first letter of rep that says, send me your any recorded statement. And you may eventually have to give that up. You might want to ask your defense attorney what you should do with that. If you hold on to it, send it, whatever. But always remember, when you're taking that recorded statement, somebody else is going to be listening to it later. Going back to doing things quickly, doing things, diary, tasks, whatever you want to call it, calendar, keep it appropriately. Always kind of keep a running note of what you're waiting for, of what you need, because that's going to make the claim run smooth. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to do reserves. In training other adjusters in my office, in other offices, through presentations, I've had a lot of people ask me on how to establish reserves. How do you do this? The problem is reserves are an educated guess. They're very much a supposition, because especially here in Alabama, different hospitals charge different things. You can send someone to an emergency room in Auburn or Montgomery, and you send them for the exact same injury, for the exact same treatment, to Gadsden or Anniston, and the bills are going to be literally thousands of dollars apart. They can sometimes be 100% more. So there is no set formula for reserves. I wish I could sit there and go, there's this great rule of thumb, but there's not. You're going to have to learn over time your areas, your injuries, your follow-ups, your doctors. There's so many variables. Got a question?
Is there a fee schedule in Alabama?
There is a fee schedule for Alabama. For hospitals, so it is a percentage and not a set fee per line. So 85% is pretty standard for most of the hospitals. So if Gadsden charges you $100,000, the East Alabama Medical Center charges you $20,000, it's 85%. Right. There are some issues there. You can argue reasonable customary. You can try negotiated rates. It gets kind of difficult, but there are some working there. So the best thing I can do for establishing reserves, call somebody. There are, almost all of us work with other adjusters that have more experience. You can call them, call your supervisor, get in a network, call each other. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I do work here with some of AWCO, which is Alabama Workers' Comp Organization. I am also involved with Montgomery Claims Association, and we network, we talk to each other, and we can bounce things off of each other like prices and reserves. So red flags, always have red flags. When we have to investigate a claim, and because that's really, after we've got all the information, we have to kind of figure out what we're going to do with this. And that is investigate your claim. This is how you're going to determine that compensability question. You're going to make sure that all the boxes are checked. And then you're going to watch for those red flags. Anybody want to give up some red flags? Oh, come on, there's got to be red flags. Y'all know red flags. A new hire. Multiple prior claims, unwitnessed falls, inconsistent statements. Monday accident, I have that one, yes.
Recent discipline issues.
Yes. Yes. Recent disciplinary issues is what was just over the headset for those in the room. Injury occurred on Friday, not reporting until Monday. I actually had that happen. I caught him on Facebook and found the car accident he had over the weekend. He flipped his truck. He had put pictures. I used that. Pre-existing conditions, discipline issues, previous claims, injury doesn't match. You know one that's going on right now in Alabama? It's October. Or it just got past October, I should say. It's deer season. So, gotta watch out for that. I caught one, came in on Monday. Oh, my back hurts, my back hurts, my back hurts. I sprained it on Friday. I thought it would be fun. Facebook. God, they put stuff on Facebook, y'all. He reeled in this nice, huge red snapper, and Alabama only has a 10-day limit for red snapper. So he couldn't tell me he did it a different day. So I have him reeling in this huge, I mean, he fought it. I have him all, oh yeah. I presented him with a video and he said, thank you very much, and left.
Sometimes isn't it just some feeling you have that you need to?
Sometimes there is a feeling. There is.
Something's just not right here.
I don't know how well my mic is picking up the room. She said sometimes you just have a feeling. And I kind of go with that because I always feel like my gut feelings come from my subconscious, saw something that I didn't really pick up on. But if my mind's telling me, then I might want to pick that out. Yes, giving a different body part or side than originally reported. So we have a ton of red flags. And sometimes we can do something with that, like the videos that I found. Sometimes you can't, but it's enough that you might, oh yeah, continue to add body parts as treatment moves forward. Mysterious traveling pain. So we all know these, and most of these are going to be something just to make us look a little harder. Some of them we might really hard, we can find evidence of, but it's always nice to have them to make sure of what they're doing. So then you've got compensability issues. That's a lot of stuff I just put in the slide. So kind of not going to go through them one by one so much as I want you to be aware of what some of the compensability issues are, what kind of questions you're looking for. Some of these are by case law. Some of these are through statutory. David, I'm always confused. I always miss the statutories. Let me make willful negligence, willful misconduct, and a positive drug screen.
Voluntary intoxication, willful misconduct, and horseplay. Horseplay, yeah.
And so you got some that are statutory, but then some that are set up through case law. Voluntary suicide and death claims. So hernia criteria is laid out in the statute. There are 5 criteria that it must meet. It must be the most common of the hernia criteria. It must be a sudden and specific accident, and they must have sudden and immediate pain. And they cannot have a pre-existing one in that place. So out of the 5 criteria, they kind of all overlap over those 3 things. So you have to make sure that a hernia meets all the criteria before it can be a compensable claim. We have to remember in Alabama, they're given a comfort zone. If they trip going to the bathroom, they trip in the bathroom, they slip on the water in the bathroom, the break room, That's typically covered. Going in and out of the parking lot, that's covered. It's not really a gray area in Alabama. We've got a pretty good case law with that. So I'll have an employer, well, no, they weren't really in here. No, case law says they were already on your property doing you a service, even if they hadn't clocked in yet. So you have some coming and going issues depending on company cars. You've got deviation of route. If they're in the company car and they decided that they were going to go and run some personal errands before they finished off this thing, if they've deviated from that route on the way to like a patient's home, if it's a traveling nurse, then you've got some issues there. Mentioned horseplay. We talked about if they're an employee, if they're a special employee, a temp, subcontractor, contractor. What does the policy cover? Do they have a policy with you that covers subcontractors? Do they have a contract with that subcontractor that says they're going to indemnify their workers' comp? There is so much to consider with compensability. I just really tried to kind of spit out a lot.
What about repetitive injuries?
Repetitive and cumulative injuries. Yes, that's you got compensability issues there. You've got to kind of ask the right questions. I normally recommend a recorded statement when you have a cumulative or a repetitive injury. We do a lot of manufacturing. That is, some of them are pretty self-evident. They have been there 6 or 7 years. They've been doing the same job and it's doing this kind of motion. Maybe they lift up a head a lot or they do a lot of fine tuning. Any kind like that, I'm not going to argue with that too much. If they've been doing it for several years, we're going to have some, you're looking at it. I mean, I'm going to do due diligence. I'm going to ask the doctor, but I'm not going to have as huge of a red flag as somebody who's been there a week and goes, now my hands hurt. Or the employee that's doing a fairly typical, calm, light duty job. It turns out they're cake decorating on the side and, you know, using the icing tubing a lot. So stuff like that. I mean, you just have to kind of be aware of all these different questions. And I know that can kind of sound overwhelming. Like, how am I supposed to keep up with all this? I have found that if you've kind of concentrated on a case by case basis and just kind of think it through, there's no magical list to my knowledge. If somebody has, I want it, but there's no magical list that says you need to check this, 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 and this for every sudden thing. We've got, see, the best I can describe it is that you just kind of think it through. Okay, well, is it reasonable? Does this make sense? Is this even, wait a minute, was this? And just kind of ask those questions, kind of look at it each case basis. Some of them are going to be really obvious and you're just going to like, oh, they cut their finger on the saw. Okay. Yeah.
I said earlier that it takes a while to learn work comp. Tracey, this is what it takes a while to learn right here. And the way you learn it, like anything else, is you see it. You have to be around it. You will add information into your store of knowledge. So I would never tell anybody be discouraged about not knowing all the nuances of the going and coming rule, and whether an idiopathic fall versus a non-idiopathic fall. These are the things that you check off your list. This right here, if this is giving anybody a heart attack, this is the learning curve. That it's okay to be overwhelmed, but you won't be after a couple of years. Yeah, done. You didn't. No.
I was supposed to say I heard my voice. No, you didn't mute. That would have been bad when the feedback started. Honestly, I think he's right. This is the part where you're like, what have I got myself into? Most companies, you're going to start off as medical only. You're going to work up to lost time. And I'll throw a wrench into all this. Every state's going to be different. So for all of you adjusters, I've been there, that are handling multiple states, every state's going to be a little different. Every state's going to have different hernia criteria. Those 5 are very specific to Alabama because every single state has a different work comp system. Every one of them. A lot of them are similar. They're mostly based on the same 4 kind of concepts, but for the most part, there's all these little things. So just rely on your coworkers, rely on your network. I've worked from home some over COVID. I still have the ability to work at home when needed. I've worked remotely some this week when we were getting up here for the seminar. And I think part of that has lost our ability to call over the cubicle or buzz down the hallway going, hey, I need your thoughts on this. So, feel free to reach out to each other, other adjusters in your company, other attorneys that you might know, any, get with that, because this is how this kind of stuff is going to go. Attend all the seminars your company allows you. Keep up with the case laws. I just can't encourage that enough, because a lot of this is where that critical thinking is going to be. And a lot of this, I can spout off things after things after things. And it's just going to have to learn it as it comes up. So any questions about that? Or is everybody good? I'm taking crickets is a good idea. Okay, we're going with it. All right. I feel like I missed one. Hold on. I've lost myself. Nope, okay. So how do you tell if a claim is lost time or medical only? In Alabama, we have a 3-day waiting period. Going back to all the states, I know every state is different. Alabama is 3, and they are not required to be consecutive. I always encourage my employers to pay in full for that first day of injury. So if their date of injury is 1/1/21, even if they work till 10 a.m. instead of 5 p.m., I encourage that employer to pay them for that full day so that we don't have a waiting period day used. Because if they worked till 3 o'clock before 5 o'clock, then it's going to click a day. And it's just more consistent if more of them would just pay for the date of injury. Most of them do that, actually. And I encourage them to do it. We, as a company, we've encouraged them to do it. A lot of the companies that I know of encourage their employers to do that. It's pretty standard around here, but it keeps you from having the date of injury as a tick on the waiting period day. So let's say the doctor puts them out, says, okay, you go ahead. It's Friday. Go ahead and don't return to work till Monday. Does that count? How many days is that off?
What did you say?
They were injured on Friday. Employer paid them in full, but the doctor told them don't come back to work till Monday. How many days is the waiting period? Yes. Yes. Alabama does not recognize weekends. It is a 7-day work week, no matter what. And it's a 7-day work week. They don't even count it. Some states do 5. Alabama is 7. And so even if they were not going to work on Saturday and Sunday, the doctor says you're off on Saturday and Sunday, you have lost 2 of your waiting period days. Let's say they go back to work the next day. This company that they're working for is really super awesome about light duty. They're a manufacturing company. They have 800 positions, anywhere from sedentary duty to the dude working in the back with a heavy duty job. So somebody gets put on, light duty, can't stand for more than 10 minutes at a time. Maybe they sprain their knee. Well, this company brings them back. Well, okay, so it looks like it's medical only, right? Well, then we find out they're going to have surgery because they tore their meniscus. Well, light duty's been accommodated. They're going to have surgery on Friday, come back to work on Monday, but that claim is still going to be lost time because they're more than likely after a surgery, they're going to have an impairment rating. So you might want to go ahead and set it up as lost time. That's going to be a company decision. A lot of companies do have little reserves different. But know that if somebody has a surgery, even if they have not lost time because of light duty, that lost impairment rating, a permanent partial, is still going to make that a lost time claim. Any questions on that?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So with that example, the employee goes to the doctor on Friday. They say don't go back till Monday. Is that, you said they would lose their 2 days for the waiting period. So,
Yes.
okay, but then they return to work on Monday. So they don't meet the waiting period. They go back to work.
Right. They're still, but they're 2 days down.
Okay, so if they go back to work and then the doctor a few days later says, like they go back to the doctor, they say it's not improving, they take them out, then they only have 1 more day of the waiting period and then indemnity
Yes.
would start. Okay. All right,
Absolutely.
just
You
wanted
got
to
that.
make sure.
Yes, perfect. If it's medical only, then you go straight to treatment. But if this is lost time, that's when you have to start considering all those benefits that David talked about earlier. Is it TTD, TPD, death benefits? TTD is temporary total, TPD is temporary partial. Did they go back to work part-time? Maybe the doctor said, okay, you're good, but only work for about 4 hours and then go rest. So then they can work part. Maybe the employer says, well, I got this job open, but it's only 6 hours and he usually works 12-hour shifts. Then you got TPD. Another one we've run into, sometimes the employer will bring them back at a lower wage. Well, we're going to put him in this job, but he's only going to make $8.50 instead of $10.50. Any loss of wage due to hours or money or salary wise, any loss of wage is going to trigger TPD. If they're supposed to make $600 a week and they're only making $400, that's going to trigger TPD. A lot of employers don't realize that. So sometimes you have to kind of just bluntly ask them, are they making the same? Are they working the same? It has to be the same. Kind of stress that to them. So then you determine TTD versus TPD. You've got, is light duty available? Well, yeah, but the employee won't come in. Well, if you've got light duty available and the employee doesn't come in, then the employee, you basically would treat it like you would treat a flu. If the employee's deciding to take PTO because the job is there and he just doesn't feel like he can work, he needs to take personal time. They cannot be penalized for doing that, but they're not going to get rewarded if they opt not to come to work either. We do not have to pay for an unexcused absence. Wage request. Go ahead and ask for that wage request. In Alabama, you need the last 52 weeks. What if they haven't been there that long? It's the most common thing I hear from employers. Well, they haven't been here that long. Then I need a similar employee. I need similar wages. I need similar hours. I'll get to that. I'll answer that in a second. So go ahead and get that 52 weeks. If they don't have 52, get the similar employee. What we're running into right now, especially right now, salaries and hours have been in flux over COVID. So they don't have a similar employee. So when that happens, the best thing I can do is whatever you have to do, as long as you defend it in front of a judge and said, this is reasonably what I can do. If they've got 8 weeks and you got a decent average, they're all about the same weeks, then you know that that's probably going to be the same all year. And you can justify that. Judge, he makes more than anybody else has ever made. They've raised all their salaries. So we don't have a similar employee. We're not going to penalize him by pulling out, some lesser paying employee. So we think this is more fair. And the judge is going to be, most of the time they're going to be like, okay, as long as it was fair. So the 52 weeks or a similar employee is the official standard. It's not always doable. So sometimes you just kind of have to do the best you can because it depends. How do you handle injured workers that consistently schedule appointments during work hours to get time off? I schedule the appointments. I start rescheduling, or not rescheduling, but I will start scheduling everything in the future. I will call the therapy and tell them that, you know, he works 6 to 3. Can we please make his appointments at 3:30 or after? I will, now I cannot create a hardship. If somebody is a single mom and they have to get off work at 3 because they have to pick their kids up at school at 3:10, we cannot create a hardship for somebody. If somebody is going to school during the day and they've been working a night job, the night job cannot move them to a day schedule when they signed up and said they can never work a day schedule. We cannot intentionally ever create somebody a hardship. So to the best of our abilities, what we can do is try to schedule them ourselves. If I've got a really good patient that's just being really stubborn about stuff, I might just go ahead and put a case manager on there, because maybe there's issues with their medical appointments. Maybe they're having a hard time scheduling. Maybe sometimes they just resent having to use their personal time. And I get that, but you know, it can't be abused either. So there's some options around all of that. What about the emergent? Sorry, I say ER is emergency room. What about the employer paying at? Oh, scroll too fast. Hold on. Let me go back to that. And then I hit too far. Let me scroll back. I'm scrolling back. I'm sorry. What about the employer paying in lieu of comp? For me, I keep that as a medical only. But if you do that, sometimes you can lose the credit in the settlement process. At the same time, you can claim a credit for that, but it's just much more complicated to keep up with. A lot of times, though, when I see that, it's because the employers are just paying a salaried employee, which is somebody more higher ranked, and they just pay it for a few weeks and it goes back. Is there a wage report form in Alabama? Alabama went to electronic exchange about, well, July the 1st. So that's EDI. And so you're supposed to report them electronically. So it should be going through your computer system or some kind of system through your company. I would say contact your company. Other than that, there is a supplementary report form, and it's the W3 and W4 combination form, and it's under documents. So it's under alabama.labor.gov/WC/documents, I think. So if the appointment has to be during work, do we owe TPD for that day if they met their waiting period? If they have made that waiting period, yes. I often encourage, again, the employer to try to pay it to the best of their ability. We don't want it to be abused, but if you've got an employer that's really, really worried about lost time, then yes, they should pay it. Just don't let them clock out, just let them go and let them come right back. That's not always feasible. So if they do miss a lot of TPD, then yes. If they can't make it up, if their average weekly wage drops below because of that appointment, then yes, you may very well owe TPD. Yes, sometimes they do get upset when we schedule and want to do it themselves. Sometimes they get upset for many things. The problem is in Alabama, we do have the ability to direct the care. I should say not direct the care, but
Manage the flow.
yeah, we're not going to tell the doctor what to do, but we direct them where to go. And part of that is we can work when to go. It gets complicated. Sometimes you're not going to be able to change it. All I can say is that manage it to the best of your ability. Unfortunately, there's very little here that is perfect. And a lot of this is herding cats. We have to work with the doctor schedules. We're working in a really weird time with COVID schedules. We are having things get canceled at the drop of a hat due to issues at a doctor's office that COVID came through. They closed the office down for 6 weeks. No warning, day before. And all of a sudden, I don't have an authorized treating physician for 6 weeks. So, yeah, it's just, management skills to the best of your ability. All right, so a couple of questions. So going back to the slide, any child support liens. Nothing else is held from a workers' comp check except in Alabama, child support. The Alabama Department of Human Resources runs child support. If the employer has a court order or a DHR order for child support, you take it out of the workers' comp check and you send that to the state. So you would cut 2 checks, one for the state, one for that. So you don't withhold garnishments, you don't report, like fines, anything like that, but child support. However, we cannot take more than 50% of their money. So the child support, if their check is going to be $400 and their child support is $250, we can only send $200. We can only send up to half their check.
Do we have to advise the employee of that?
Yes. Because trust me, they're going to call you as soon as that check comes and they don't have the money. They're going to call you.
Is the
Somebody asked-
employer responsible for paying that other $50, or does it just go
No.
unpaid?
It just goes unpaid.
Okay.
I normally send a courtesy call to the child support, to the DHR representative, whoever it may be. I will typically call them and kind of give them a heads up and go, hey, he's a workers' comp now. Here's my contact. That also gives them a chance to send me a report if there are any arrears and if there's a lien against the settlement. Because if somebody's in $12,000 arrears with the state and they get a $20,000 settlement, state wins. So I normally will there's a number on the order and I will normally call that number and give them the info.
Okay, thank you.
The only way I would know to do that is to call DHR. I'm not aware of any way else to find a lien unless they've gotten a court order to the employer already. I have never had that question come up. David, can child support take more than 50% of the settlement? I think it can.
If it is back child support, I'm almost positive it can. I would say this.
Yeah, because we had that case that time that it was $32,000 and
Yes.
his arrears were $24,000. And yeah, they can. We had that case. Yeah, they can.
I think it's important when you do the settlement.
21 kids, y'all. No lie.
No lie.
21 kids.
The settlement documents, that you make it very clear in the settlement documents that the employee shall bear all responsibility for paying, not just child support liens, but any sort of liens, garnishments, whatever from the settlement.
They can't hear you. I'm sorry. Can y'all hear him through my mic?
Yeah, that's probably. Really quickly, I wanted to say when the interaction, whether it be litigation or whatever, when it ends and you have a settlement, whether it's done through an ombudsman or through a court, do affirmatively put a language in the settlement document that places liability solely on the employee to satisfy child support, garnishment, liens, and will also certify, that employee will certify that he or she is A, responsible for paying them, and B, is responsible for determining what they are. I've never had somebody come back against a work comp claim for a settlement for anything other than child support, but it's very possible that you could get a tax lien or somebody like that. You probably don't owe it, but you don't want to mess with having to prove that you don't owe it. So I think it's a very good practice to put that language.
The question is, how do you handle settlement that has court order for 100K plus in child support owed when the settlement not cover this? Honestly, the one time I've had that happen, I basically said, this is what I'm gonna give you. You need to call child support and work that out. And I put the onus on them, and child support was going on, and they came to a deal, and that was how that worked out. A lot of stuff in adjusting, there's not a set way to do stuff because there's so many variables. So a lot of times you might find yourself kind of thinking outside the box. If you've never had any of your coworkers never had this happen, I was lucky that time when it happened because there was an attorney involved, so the attorney could make the deal, and then I could pay the, pay him, and then they had presented me with a document signed for the child support. Child support had sent me a letter releasing the lien. That was all done. But if attorney hadn't been involved, it could have been messier. But usually if you're gonna have 100,000 K plus anyway, they're gonna have an attorney. So you just kind of have to go figure out what your circumstances are. See, it depends. Child support lien network. You can register and look up to see if there's a child support lien. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Contact at child support liens, LIENS.com. Thank you. I just shared that with the room. Appreciate that.
Child support, contact at child support.
Liens, LIENS.com. Seriously, thank you. I've always gone by the court orders with the employer. All right, authorized treatment. In a perfect world, we have that right. The employer should have a plan in place for an authorized treatment. They should have a company physician. They should have an emergency room for after hours or serious. No, it's not. They should be able to follow this up. It's not a perfect world, but if they don't, then you can kind of guide them gently. There's, I know some other states, Tennessee, Georgia, they have restrictions on panels, and right up front, you can only have this many AWCMEDs, et cetera, et cetera. Alabama does not. We do not have a panel up front. We go straight to a doctor. So if you want to be in Montgomery and you say, okay, my company physician is going to be Dr. Jones, which is a bad example because that's really an authorized physician in Alabama or in Montgomery. So we're going to send to Dr. Doe. And then if it's really bad or if it's after hours, then they're going to go to Jackson's Hospital. So you've got a plan. If they don't have that plan and the employer does not send them anywhere and says, hey, just go to your doctor, you've lost control of the claim. We need to try to get employers to have a plan set up in place all the time. The carrier I work for is very, very good. We send out a claims packet with every new policy, and we try very hard to have our employers already have a plan in place. We've got the cute little fill out form that they can post on the wall and says, go here. I really suggest that, especially if you've got large accounts or dedicated accounts that you work with, make sure their plan's in place. So you get your authorized treating physician and you get your employer. Then what? Your ATP makes the decisions. You have directed care. You have directed care to go to the authorized treating physician, but you cannot dictate the care from the authorized treating physician. If the claimant goes to the instruction, ignores instructions and goes to their own doctor, can we deny? Yes, it is an unauthorized treatment. We do not have to cover unauthorized treatment. We do have to immediately offer and go, well, would you like to go see Dr. Jones now? And send them, if they deny it, then I will often ask them to sign something that says, I've offered them treatment. If they refuse to sign something, I will send them a letter that says, hey, your authorized treating physician is such and such. Please call me the instant you want an appointment. Your claim is available to you. So I will let them know that you have an authorized treating physician. I've offered you treatment. Here you go. And I'll put the ball back in their court. We need Alabama to come for years, need assistance with physicians for anyone that's willing to provide us with recommendations. You're probably about to get bombarded. Again, if you have the ability to do stuff like here, Alabama Workers' Comp Organization, Montgomery Claims, if you have a local claims, great. If not, please feel free to build up that database. Authorized treating physician makes their decisions. Somebody asked earlier this morning about referrals. So this is what we were waiting for. All the referrals, orders, and panels of 4. Here's the questions. It's a very vague little slide, isn't it? Referrals. If the authorized treating physician says he's got this and this, he needs to go to Dr. Smith, you're taking him to Dr. Smith. If the authorized treating physician says he's got a knee issue, he needs to go to a knee specialist, well, now you have the ability to make that referral. I want to use Dr. I'm running out of names, Dr. Tennant over here at Alabama Ortho so-and-so. We have a lot of Alabama orthos. That's a very generic name here. So you can go and pick your ortho, but if they've made that referral, then you have to do within it, as long as it is reasonable and as long as it's related. If they say he needs to go to his personal doctor because he's having blood pressure issues, no, you don't have to do that referral. Or if you've got a legal or a medical reason that it can be denied, but to have a legal or medical reason, you are not the one that can be able to deny that. You're going to have either a legal opinion from an attorney or a medical opinion from another doctor or from that doctor that says, no, that's not really related to his claim. So unless you have some strong legal or medical reason to deny something, and it's somebody that's denied it, that's a peer review for the doctor, then you're going to have to make that referral. So the best thing you can do is ask them for a copy for a general referral, like a general orthopedic. Because a lot of times, Dr. Smith may be on vacation and booked up and you can't get an appointment for 4 weeks when, Dr. John's over here and he can see them next week because he's not on vacation. And so that way you can kind of work with that. Orders work about the same. Orders for DME, orders for physical therapy, orders for whatever are working about the same as the referrals. If the doctor sends them and states that it's medically necessary and it's reasonable and customary, get it done. Panel of 4. Okay, if specific doc referral declines to treat the claimant, should we provide a panel? No. If the specific doc referral declines, then you go back to the other doctor and say, I'm sorry, Dr. So-and-so can't see them right now. Do you have a general referral or somebody else that we could use? And I try to kind of steer them toward the general exactly for stuff like that. Oftentimes putting a specific doctor actually is a disservice to the patient because sometimes there's not a way to get them in. Now, if it's because it's a high specialty, then that's a completely different issue. We only have like 2 or 3 neurologists in the entire state that take workers' comp. So if they put Dr. Brantley in Montgomery, well, Dr. Brantley won't do workers' comp. And so then I'm out of luck. So I have to go back and say, look, I can't do that. I legally cannot do that, and go from there. So basically, as long as you've done your due diligence, you did your part, the doctor said no, then you've got documentation that the doctor said no, then you go back to the authorized treating physician. Panel of 4. We owe a panel of 4 at any point in an active claim because medicals in Alabama, unless they've been settled, do not expire. So it can be 6 years, 5 years, 6 days. We do owe a panel. However, as we talked about earlier, Alabama made a law, well, case law, that if the first panel did not have surgeons on it, then they might be owed a second panel. But that's rare, and in certain circumstances, it depends. So in general, they're going to ask for a panel, and you're going to give them 4 doctors of different practices of the same caliber of doctor. So if you got a knee specialist, you want to stick with a knee specialist. If you've got a back specialist, you're going to want to stick with a back specialist, general to general, et cetera. General physician, you can go ahead and do a general physician panel. If you've worked Alabama enough at this point, you probably realize if you're outside of Montgomery, Birmingham, Mobile, or Huntsville, you're kind of stuck. We try to be as reasonable as we can, but it's not going to be perfect. I've had to send someone from Dothan to Birmingham, Alabama. I had to. I had no other choice. Montgomery has 2 doctors right this instant that do backs. For orthos, we've got a neurosurgeon, but we've got 2 orthos that do backs. And guess what I just found out today? They're merging.
Oh.
AOS is merging with Houston. So Dr. Wessner and Dr. Davis, only 2 back people in Alabama, or in Montgomery, and Dr. Wessner only did non-surgical at the begin with, are going to be in the same practice. We are going to have 1 orthopedic back that takes workers' comp in Montgomery, to my knowledge, at this point. And then we'll have Dr. Wisenhunt. So we're going to have to send somebody to Birmingham. We're going to have to send somebody to Auburn. And I'm not even, we're just going to have to. If you get a panel, you're going to have to go out that 90-mile range, and it's just going to have to happen. As long as you can justify it and just go, this is what we've got. Most of the attorneys especially know that this, you might get a claimant going, I don't want to drive all the way to Birmingham. Well, I'm sorry, there's no other back specialist. Well, my cousin saw, well, they don't take workers' comp. So the panel of 4 needs to be to the best of your ability, the closest kind of doctor to the closest kind of distance. Somebody had asked earlier, was there time specific on how quick to get it around? No, nothing says you have to respond to a panel request in 48 hours. However, again, delaying anything just causes the claim to delay. It causes hard feelings in the employer and the employee and between you. There's just no reason to delay, except sometimes we're just trying to figure out. Now, a panel of 4 can happen. You don't have to send the records first to see if they can be on the panel. As long as you reasonably know that most of the time Dr. So-and-so will take a panel request, then you can go ahead and put them on the panel. If you send the records and they decline to treat, then you're going to have to start over and send a new panel with that person replaced.
A good point. Now that you get a lot of claims lawyers say, I want a panel of 4 people who will absolutely take this man or woman as a patient, and we don't owe them.
No, it's a plaintiff attorney asks for that. We don't owe them that because, 1, it's unreasonable, and they shouldn't even ask for HIPAA reasons, honestly. That's a little sketchy. That they want me to send his records to, multitude of doctors to see if 4 is going to take him eventually. Because especially when the doctor is going to try to charge you to review records in that kind of situation. If the authorized attorney's position is dispensing prescriptions on site, what options do we have to get them the preferred benefit management RX card? December of 2007, I think, came the case law that screwed us all on that. We can ask politely.
We can't tell them where to get their medicine.
No, we are not allowed to direct pharmacy anymore. We can ask the doctor's office very politely. We have no other recourse if the doctor says no. There is a pain management doctor in Huntsville that absolutely refuses to do anything but dispense his own prescriptions. A lot of times when doctors will make that kind of stance, we tend to quit using them, and a lot of them know that. So unfortunately, your option is to just say please. think that pretty much covers panels of 4. Can't do multiples, can't do doctors, have to multiply. Okay, any other questions on panels? I think I covered all the ones earlier too, didn't I? Oh, what if panel refuses to treat injured worker further? We'll kind of cover that in a minute, because if the doctor releases them, then it doesn't matter if it's authorized treating physician and they're released, then they have no recourse. So that final panel physician is their final physician. So if they've been released, no further care, maybe they're healed, they're MMI, and that's it. No, not per specialty, one panel, period. No, one panel, period. What happens is that if they're at an ortho that they've paneled to, and he wants to refer them for psych care for whatever reason, then the ortho can refer them out, but they can't get a new panel. I will say it depends. Sometimes it's better to do it just to keep the peace. Is it worth the extra? Maybe, but I wouldn't say it would be a common practice. You can, but you don't have to.
No good deed will go unpunished. You can tell the judge you just.
No, there is no specific form. Mine is a cute little letter on my letterhead that says, per your request, that you're dissatisfied with your current treating physician, please find the attached panel of 4 that you've requested. Dr. So-and-so from Montgomery, Dr. So-and-so from Montgomery, Dr. So-and-so from Birmingham, Dr. So-and-so from Birmingham, please circle and return. There is no specific form. Mine is like basic letter. What if they do go to somebody asked earlier about the specialty? What if they go and then they want to be, if they're at a different doctor, that doctor can refer them out. So maybe if they needed to go to a different specialty, then you can have Dr. So-and-so as the gatekeeper. And he can say, okay, well, you've got a foot injury and a hip injury. So we're going to send you to Dr. So-and-so for the foot, but you're going to go doctors there and there for the hip. But somebody has to be the final doctor. And so you just need to keep one on it, even if they refer out. Yeah, so here's about the fee schedule. We have ways to cost contain. Again, we can direct care to certain doctors, but we cannot dictate that care. We cannot tell them, the doctor, what to do. We cannot tell the doctor what not to do. We can ask them to give us general ortho referrals, but we cannot tell them. And we can tell them why it might be a problem. So what other ways do we have to contain our costs? We have the Alabama fee schedule. That's the link to it, labor.alabama.gov/WC. They're all in PDF. They're all there for free. You can use that to negotiate rates. A lot of times in Alabama, it's pretty customary that you can get 5 to 20% off. Most of the time it's around the 10 or 15 mark, but you can normally kind of call and go, hey, I can have those crutches and I'll pay you this much money. And a lot of them will do it. A lot of the hospitals will give you like a 10% discount. You can call and get negotiated rates. A lot of times you have options for PPO and networks. There's lots of different PPOs to take advantage of. One of them's here as an exhibitor. You've got several options there to look at. For most of us in our carriers, we've got PPO options. You've got vendors that can give you discounts. I'm not going to call out names because some of them I really hate, some of them I really love, and it's not fair for me to give those out. I will tell you a lot of if you go to the AWCOtoday.com website for vendors, we do have some videos and information on some of the ones that can give you discounts that are here at this seminar. So please feel free to go check that out. These are the kind of vendors that work with us. These are the kind of vendors that take an interest specifically in Alabama. And so you can kind of get some information there. Any questions on that? I'm going to take a swallow anyway. not used to talking this much. Oh, wow. Okay, it's 11:30. And we have till 12:30. So we're 3/4 of the way through. Congratulations, y'all. All right, so how does all this end? How do we end the treatment? Sometimes it doesn't end. Just gonna kind of throw that out. Sometimes it's not gonna end. Sometimes we're gonna have those bad claims, those horrible claims that just are not gonna end. But most of the time, you at least get them to MMI. You get them to maximum medical improvement. Those are magic letters in Alabama. At MMI, everything changes. That's when TTD ends, temporary disability ends. That's when we start talking about the permanent. We start using the PPI, the permanent partial impairment, to work into that formula that we talked about earlier with all the math. This is where we start wrapping up. Maximum medical improvement is just that. They are maximum med. They are as good as the doctor can get them back to ever being. The vast majority of claims are quick medical onlys, MMIs, PPI 0. They had a sprain, they went back, got fixed, they went back to work, they're back full duty, no further treatment needed, we're good to go. So that's how that works. You're looking for the MMI to start the rest of the process of the claim. Everybody kind of familiar with those terms and PPIs? I can go more in depth in them about how to get a PPI. But I don't want to say stuff if y'all already know this. So do y'all want me to go more in depth on that? Are y'all good? Yes. PPD is the permanent partial disability. That is actually the money that is paid, but it's based on the PPI, which is the permanent partial impairment rating. And so the PPI is what negates the PPD.
And PPD, before you pay out PPD, you have to go through a Bedsman, right?
We'll get to that.
Oh.
That's okay. I think I get to that. Don't I get to the settlement process? No, I do not. How did I miss settlement process?
The PPI,
I think it's because it was mostly under yours.
the PPI number is essentially a physical impairment that's assigned by the doctor or the whoever is going to a therapist that says this is how much motion, how much range of motion you're implying. If you don't have a vocational disability, if you go back to work, then that becomes the number that you look at for the final value of the claim. And it's typically lower than what a vocational.
I didn't touch on, actually, kind of joking, I did not touch on settlement very much in this for a specific reason. I am an adjuster. I do have a pre-law degree, but I am not a lawyer. I have read medical records for the last 20 years, but I'm not a doctor. So I'm very hesitant to go into settlement and settlement processes in a new adjuster training because it kind of crosses into that legal advice aspect. Every company pretty much has a defense attorney. You already have processes in place, and there are so many ways to do a single thing in a settlement. I don't want to create confusion or step on toes because different is not wrong. So I may have this thing that this is what I do, but it may not be your practice, may not be your boss's practice, may not be the guy sitting next to you, their practice, because everybody can do it just a little bit different. So while I kind of jokingly said it, the basic is I really didn't put that in there for a reason, that I didn't want to step on those toes. So I wanted to kind of concentrate more on what we're supposed to do. I didn't really touch on a lot of stuff like case management. We have tools that we can use to work with our job. We have legal boundaries set by the Alabama Workers' Comp Act of what we can do. Case law has directed that even further. And so sometimes you're going to have to go and ask your supervisor, what do we need to do? You're going to have to ask your defense attorney. Sometimes your employer or your insured is going to dictate what you can and cannot do. Because sometimes they'll put that in their policy. I want this, this, and this. And as long as it's within those legal bounds, then that's what we do. So there's a lot of stuff that I can give you a lot of generalities. Alabama says we have to do this. I can tell you Alabama is 66 2/3. I can tell you we've got a max. Those are set in stone. Some of this other stuff is not. If you've had access to the actual Zoom conference, if you do not have that access, then give me about a week and the YouTube videos should be about up. Hoping to get them done over the next few days. I'm IT for this conference, by the way, so that's why so all the presentations from yesterday and the ones that y'all have missed today while sitting in here, I hope to have those in our YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube, look up AWCO today. And hopefully some of these questions might be answered, because one of the presentations that we missed today is an ombudsman presentation. Pat Pendleton and an attorney by the name of Sean Junkins Cole did a presentation today on the use of ombudsmen. And I will even tell you this. If you do this job enough, you're going to get a call from the state of Alabama that says, this is Cindy or Mark from the state of Alabama Workers' Comp Division. We've had a claimant call regarding this claim. We've got some questions. Some claimant's going to call. You know what? That's great, because the state is a great benefit. The head of the department's here today is Steve Garrett. He offered to come in here if we wanted him to. It was just hard to do it over Zoom. We have a benefit here. If you feel like you have no one else to ask questions, no one else, and you have a simple thing, you want to talk to somebody about it, there's an ombudsman department inside and outside of the state. So basically, or inside and outside of the office, I should say. We have ombudsmen that go around and do mediations. They do settlements for us. They go and meet with the claimant. Maybe the claimant didn't have an attorney. You don't have an attorney. Y'all have come to an agreement. You send the paperwork over to the ombudsman department. They will call the claimant, schedule it. They will go call the claimant. They will go meet with them in person or via Zoom during COVID. They will cover all the legal stuff with them. They will tell them that, you're not represented by an attorney. They're not represented by an attorney. And they will do a settlement for you for free. Y'all, it's free. The ombudsman program is free. And at the same time, if you've got a question during a claim, you call the number on the labor.alabama.gov website. And you tell them you have a question. You've got a complicated claim. You're new to Alabama. Maybe you just got a little nuance you want to cover. They'll walk you through it. So just like a claimant can call and complain that they think you're doing something wrong, you can call and ask questions. It is an equal opportunity. Utilize it. I highly recommend them. I used them before. I use the ombudsman for settlements a lot. I use, there's a reason I know it's Cindy and Mark. You pick up the call. You pick up the phone and you just call. And it's a touch screen, not touch screen, little touch tree, and you get through it and you find the person. So you're not alone in all of this, no matter how confusing it gets. Are we good? Going to the next slide. I think we're kind of doing decent on time. Pre-certs. Pre-certs. They're a hot topic. They're a hot topic because nobody can really seem to agree on them. So I'm going to tell you to go by your company protocol. Do whatever your company tells you to do. Some companies want Every procedure pre-certed. Pre-cert / utilization review, whichever one you call it. I already told you my opinion earlier. I don't think everything has to be pre-certed. If it is a logical, obvious thing, post-op physical therapy, I'm not going to pay a pre-cert company to pre-cert that. Now, I'll give them an informal pre-cert that I'll send an email that says, yes, that's approved. That's my pre-cert. Yeah, you're approved. Yeah, but I'm not going to go through any formalities. So for pre-cert, all you really have to do is authorize something that's been required. Now you do need, doctors do need to ask you for previous authorization, but you don't have to go through a formal process for a lot of things. So I'm just going to tell you to go by your company protocols. So the thing to remember is you cannot deny medical treatment. If the doctor says no further treatment is necessary, and he comes back and goes, I want to go back to the doctor. Well, the doctor said no further treatment. The doctor said you're done. You didn't say he was done. The doctor said no further treatment. If the doctor says this is not related, and so the patient comes back and goes, well, I want to go back to the doctor said no. So you can say no. But it was the doctor that said no eventually or previously. So you yourself can't go, well, I don't think that's related. You're not going back. No, the doctor has to. Or a lawyer can. If a lawyer says we have evidence, if there's a legal opinion that says we have evidence, but as an adjuster, we can't just arbitrarily deny stuff without opening ourselves up to a whole lot of liability. None of us want to hear that word outrage. None of us want it. So just remember, we don't really have the power to deny. We have the power to back up a denial. If the doctor or the lawyer says, nope, we can back them up, but we can't be the one to say no. Yes.
Kind of along that line, say it's a claim that has already been settled as far as the comp and indemnity, medicals are remaining, future medicals are remaining open. But in the legal docs, it says they are to cover for the rest of your life C6-7, and the doctor wants to do C1-2, you can say that's not an authorized level.
Right.
Not necessarily denying treatment. You're
Right.
just saying that's not.
Because you have a legal document that said no. You can back it up. You can, as long as you have something to back that up. You just could not be the original one to have said no.
But if it just says you cover their cervical.
If it says cover their cervical and they're like, well, now my neck's hurting down to my shoulder. No, I'm sorry. But if it's, you know, the doctor comes back and says C5, C6 because adjacent syndrome, even you would be. So yeah, if you can be specific, I hope y'all heard that. If you can be very specific in your settlement documents, that helps. If the doctor is very specific in his final notes of MMI or release, that, you know, that can help. But as long as somebody else said no first, and that's what's going to protect you. You can back them up because you have a document that you can show, go, look, I said, but you can't write the document. Bill review. Most of us do not have to do our own bill review, but you should know enough about it to know what you're approving and not. Because a lot of times you need to be the one to look at the bills and say, is this even related to my claim? What am I paying for? If I get a bill and it's got a 1 and a 2 on it, those are procedures, those are surgeries. I didn't pre-cert surgery. I didn't tell that doctor he could do that surgery. The doctor never sent me an order for that surgery. Then you glance at the bill and kind of know what you're covering. 9.7s are therapy. 992s are usually doctor charges. 99213 is like a repeat. That's your most common one, the repeat doctor standard visit. I'm not talking that you need to know down to the 99213, but if you kind of need to know enough where if you look at like a 6, if it starts with a 6, that's a like an injection, epidural. If it starts with a 7, that's normally radiology. So if it's a 7, then you want to sit there and go, well, wait a minute, I didn't pre-cert an MRI. So you want to kind of be aware of that. What about comorbid medications? Do we have to get the authorized treating physician to say it's not related to work injury before we deny?
No.
I'm trying to see what you mean about comorbid medications. Do what?
Because if they're already being prescribed, I think that's your first level of.
Yeah, if they're already prescribed and they're not out. No, you can, if it's already unrelated, you know, it's obvious unrelated, then you can sit there and say it's unrelated. I would agree with Carrie. I would say authorized treating physician should never be writing RX for comorbidities.
No, we cover it while they're in the hospital procedures, like if they're having a fusion and they're gonna be there for 3 days.
That's because the hospital, yeah.
Right, and the hospital has to give them, but as far as just everyday use.
But that's typically when you're combining paying a percentage of a hospital bill anyway. So what if you have a shoulder injury and you get a request to treat a big toe, something clearly not related? Can you deny without doctor or legal opinion? Yes, you can sit there and say you have no claim for that. You're not denying treatment. You're just saying you have no claim for that. I don't have anything for that. They would have to, file a claim for that. So technically you're not denying it. Technically you're just saying you don't have anything for it. So you can't deny what you don't have. I know it's semantics, but that's kind of how you get around that. Approve. You can approve authorized treatment. You approve anything that's medical necessity, and you approve pre-certed procedures. And again, pre-cert, I was using that term loosely. Pre-authorization versus pre-cert. Pre-cert normally is more involved. It's the more in-depth, formal process. Authorization is normally, that sounds reasonable. Go ahead and do that. A lot of times I do put that in writing. I will shoot off in a cute little letterhead that just says, I've authorized this. Dr. Davis can do this epidural on such and such date at this facility, just so that I have documentation when I get audited. And so I know when I get a bill that I approve that and I should pay that. So I do keep it documented, but I am not formal about it. Deny. You can deny unauthorized physicians. I'm sorry, that's not an authorized physician. We did not send you to doctors, this and that. So, you can deny that. That's obviously unauthorized. You can deny anything that's obviously unrelated. That's not part of the claim. We don't have a claim for that. And you can absolutely deny unauthorized procedures. Those were things that should have been pre-certed. They were not. You just can't deny them up front. Are we good on that? Yay? I should give people to type. It's like I expect them to instantly pop up stuff. All right. CMS reporting. Yes, CMS reporting. This is the thing. How many of us are struggling with CMS at the moment? How many people are getting bills for 3 years for CPAP on a knee claim? Anybody else get a lung transplant on a back claim? Yes. Their new computer system's not working really great on reading out the whole ICD-10 codes. It's bad. I have, and I don't even care if they see this, because I have told it to their faces over the phone. What are you doing? And the poor little girl, who was being so sweet and so nice, was like, I don't know what's wrong with our computers. Because I'm like, anybody that laid their eyes on this should have known. There's no way I should have to be taking my time and effort to dispute this. But you got to do it. Right now, if you don't, it's double damages. Coming in December, so just 1 month, we will no longer have to try to do Medicare plans. Medicare is going to have it in their database. So all the maps are going to be in the Medicare database in December. We will no longer have to pay extra or do extra research. Because they could get double damages and we couldn't even search for them. That's getting fixed. But CMS is still currently revising their rules. They're still definitely struggling to get it to work. And we're required to report it anyway. Yes.
I might be the only one, but what is CMS reporting?
Oh, I'm sorry. CMS reporting. So yeah, I'll go back to that. No, it's been such a focus of mine over the last 3 years because we started a completely new program with reporting. Yeah, I forget that some companies have that completely separate and the adjusters don't have to do it. So I'm kind of jealous of that at the moment. Center for Medicare Services. I can see what it Center for.
I tried to Google it and it starts telling me all these requirements.
Yeah, it's CMS. It is Medicare. So basically, what happened in 2010, they passed a law that in 2011 Medicare was going to come up with this process, and that all carriers. I can't reach it. You get up. Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. I was close. So 2011, they came up with this thing that Medicare was not going to be responsible for any kind of insurance third party. Okay, I get that. It kind of makes sense. Medicare should not be paying for a workers' comp claim just because the patient didn't want my doctor. Okay. So if they had a car accident, they shouldn't be putting it on Medicare and then getting a full settlement for it and the Medicare not getting subrogation. I get that. So that was what it was supposed to stop. Nothing really happened. You'd occasionally get a letter from CMS, but it was very rare. It was just kind of like trucking along. And then about 2018, they realized, oh crap, we really hadn't done these rules that we were supposed to do in 2011. 2011, they passed the rules this August, 3 months ago. And they're not really sure what they're doing with them yet. So then they realized there are states that have no medical expiration dates. They kind of freaked out about that because they're like, well, if it's a closed claim, I'm like, Alabama, we can't close that claim. Medicals are open for life. We can't close it by your terms. So now they've made a new rule just a couple months ago that if it fits this criteria, they've not sought treatment within 5 years. If they've not, if it's no implant, there's no prosthetic. There's a couple other rules that now we can shut them down for Medicare purposes, which meant we had to go back and find a couple of thousand files and shut them down all of a sudden. This is the kind of stuff that's going on with CMS reporting. So that's what I'm saying. Just follow your company procedure. The people that need to be doing it need to be keeping up. If you are one of the ones that are doing the CMS reporting, my heart is with you. I'm there with you. We're in the trenches. CMS will send a letter. It will be several years worth of just random medical bills. They don't give you information. HIPAA, they can't tell us the private information. Well, how am I supposed to know that's related to my claim? But you want my records. And then you're going to tell me that it must be related to my claim, but you don't let me see your records. There's a whole lot of uneven distribution here. So right now, it's just a firestorm of fallacies. So that's CMS reporting. I could not touch on that because it is such important. If we don't do it, if they catch us not doing what we're supposed to do, if we're not reporting it correctly, it is $1,000 a claim per day. Per claim, per day, $1,000. So that's a lot of burden on us and not a lot of, return on the process here because they're not keeping up with their end. I wasn't exaggerating. Those were literally things that I had gotten: a CPAP on a knee claim and a patient. Kind of scared to repeat which one. Somebody said, please repeat that. I was like, I just kind of spouted out a lot of stuff. I don't know what he wants me to repeat. That we're doing a lot of work and they're not returning their ends of the bargain. Oh, the $1,000 a day fee. Yes, $1,000 per day per claim. If they catch you not reporting something, $1,000 per day per claim. And as slow as they are, they're waiting a few years to catch you. So that's going to be a
3 years worth of
yeah, yeah. It's up there. If you are not sure of your CMS reporting, if your company is not aware of all the changes that have been going on, because it's been pretty insane the last few months. Some of the smaller companies are out of the loop. If you are out of the loop, I strongly recommend you find a way to get back in it. There are some law firms on the AWCO Today's sponsorships. I'm not going to plug people because that's not my place. But I will tell you, if you need a place to get started, there are some places on our website for AWCO that will tell you what some of these places are that you can call if you don't already have specialists. We even have some vendors on the AWCO website that specialize in CMS reporting. They are actually work the intermediate reporting. They also will dispute files for you. They will show you how to do stuff. And that's not even touching into the MSA aspects for settlements. Because again, I was trying to kind of stay away from settlements, but it ties in, that CMS ties in with those MSAs for settling the larger claims for future benefits. If you're going to settle future medical benefits with Medicare, you have to prove that you've considered their interests. At the very least, in a settlement, if it's an MMI PPI 0 or like 1%, they scratch their finger and now they can only bend it, this instead of this. So they got a 3% to the finger, at least put a paragraph in there that says, we don't expect further treatment in the future. Something that we can point to Medicare 10 years down the road when they're still doing this and say, look, I did consider your interest. There's no reason that this guy would ever come back to you. No reasonable expectation. So go ahead, make sure that you've got CMS covered and that things are going. All right, adjuster tip. Do it quickly, but do it. I know I stressed that. I told you I was going to stress that. That's my tip. Do it. This job can be overwhelming. We all know it. Every time somebody, okay, in Alabama, FYI, you cannot file a claim with stress. You have to file a psych claim. It has to be related to your injury, and it has to be a result of your injury. And it has to be the result of your physical injury. So every time that somebody wants to file a stress claim, I'm like, me first. We get it. It's crazy. It's overwhelming. We all know it. We're all sitting there right now at our desk going, oh my God, yes, we know this. Sometimes your caseload is overwhelming. That phone has been ringing. Oh my God, the case manager, you're on the phone with it. And there's the doctor calling right now. And oh my God, now they want the authors. It gets it. We get it. But you just got to keep going through. The further behind you get, the worse it's just going to make you feel.
Can I give
Yeah.
a lawyer tip along those very same lines?
Give a lawyer tip.
For those lawyers who are handling work comp, very much in line with what Tracey just said. When you get a claim, it's typically a little bit older than when the adjuster got it. But let me give you a great, for instance. If the gist of the claim is, we don't think this guy's hurt because Rusty in maintenance was told, oh, I hurt my back bowling. You need to get in your car and drive down there and put your eyes on Rusty day one as soon as you can, because Rusty may have a huge marijuana leaf tattooed on the side of his face. You don't know that. If you do, it's a good thing to tell your adjuster so that we can kind of maybe bring in our expectations a little bit. Also, if this happens a lot, if you're insuring an industry that has a lot of high turnover, the fact that somebody told you, construction is probably one of the best examples. The fact that somebody told Rusty this means a lot at that point. But if you go to trial, as a lawyer, you can't say a guy said this, that's hearsay. So you need to find Rusty and get an affidavit from Rusty before Rusty goes and works on the Alaskan pipeline. So at least you've got something when you can show that he's not present for court to do that. So there's an immediacy that really applies to lawyers, and lawyers tend to let these things roll in and say, all right, I'm going to send out some discovery. I'm going to take some depositions, then we're going to be ready. But a lot of times your tools, your witnesses will change, they'll be gone. And also you want to make sure that your client is valuing these people at the level they need to. Vis-a-vis, can this person look you in the eye and say that what they said, or, will they not? And last thing I'll say, immediately, we will go to AlaComp, and we want to look at that claimant, look for previous criminal records, previous civil cases, much like this one. Do yourself a favor and do that for Rusty as well, because you don't want to find out from the other lawyer that Rusty is got a shady background. So the immediacy thing works all the way across the board.
Grievance against claimants, and now he's telling you, oh no, he hurt his back, yes, playing pickup basketball the afternoon before, and then you find out he's filed multiple grievances. Absolutely.
So the question was, just want to clarify that psych must be related to the physical injury. So psych alone, held at gunpoint, but no physical injury is not compensable. Yes, that is absolutely correct. And I pointed out that was the case law that was actually established. That was a holdup. They were saying they were traumatized from the burglary, but they were actually injured, and that was actually the case law. So these are 4 websites. One of them is ours, alacompins.com. I've shown up my email up there a couple of times, so please feel free to go ahead and use it again. I will put it out there one more time. David's website is moody-ssoc.com. And I suddenly can't type my name when I'm talking, apparently. So you can find us there. AWCO today, I've mentioned several times, you can find some vendors and stuff there if you're looking for Alabama specific. And I've definitely popped off with labor.alabama.gov/WC. Early this morning, I mentioned a 15% penalty regarding indemnity. What was that for? Late payments. Yes, you have 30 days to pay a check. You have 30 days to pay indemnity. If the employer does not give you a wage statement for whatever reason, try to send out minimum wage at least. Get something started. You can always adjust later because, hey, that's what we are. We are adjusters. We adjust everything. So do anything you can to avoid that 15%. If you are late sending a check out, if you are 30 days over, you're going to owe them a 15% penalty.
I have a question about
Yeah.
that. So, like say I get a claim that comes in with where an attorney had to speak with the employer to even get the first report in. First statute of limitations are almost up. You get it in June of 2021. It occurred Halloween 2019. And then you have to do all this investigation. You have to get the medical records, see if the doctor even took him out of work. So do you just keep updating the state? Hey, I'm investigating this. I don't have anything back.
So
that kind of doesn't go.
I don't know if y'all could hear her, but it said that she was investigating a claim. The investigation took over 30 days. Yes, there is. When we were doing the paper forms before July, there is actually a little square that you would check that says investigation. Your system now, whatever's doing your electronic, your EDI should have that same kind of aspect. You should be able to click that you are investigating a claim. As long as you have a legitimate reason to investigate, as long as the state, you will get an email from Peggy Barton that says, what's the status of this claim? And you will check still under investigation, and you will send it right back to Arlene and Christine. So if you have not heard from Arlene, Christine, or Peggy Barton yet, you will. They are the 3 gurus that do all the reporting. They keep up with all the lost times. And they will let you know if you forget a report, if you got a catastrophic claim, they will send you an update like every 45 days to ask if you're still paying on them. So you will get forms eventually from them. Another thing that I highly recommend, and I'm going to sell like a salesman because the state actually sells a book that they update every 4 years. I recommend you get this book. It's under the labor.alabama.gov. It's under their products. They do an annotated version of the Alabama Workers' Comp Act. It is like $40, I think, or at least it was. They update it every 4 years. I think the next one is actually updating next year on 2022. So that where you have the Workers' Comp Act, each section, they have case law that affects that section. Like the section that says an employee has 5 days to report a claim or it's not valid. Case law made that 90 days. So when you read the act, it says 5, but now if you got the annotated version, you find that case. It's got the case title. It's got like a little bitty paragraph blurb. I say little bitty because it's the writing's tiny. The book's about an inch thick. It's maybe 6 by 8. I highly recommend getting that book. It saves me a lot. Like when we told you we were going to have to try to look up, I didn't have my book with me. So I was not able to look up that statute. It was, unfortunately, I wasn't able to scroll through on just my phone. I didn't want to ruin my Zoom, so I was kind of scared to use the computer. I'm on a borrowed computer. That's going to be in there. The case laws that affect it is going to be in there. If you've got a scheduled member, it's going to be in there. I do not have prizes to give away. I'm sorry, I don't. But I have a trivia question, and it's in this orange book that I'm talking about. It's orange right now. It changes color every time they print it. If you have an injury to the wrist, is that an injury to the hand or an injury to the arm, the upper extremity? What if it's amputated right above the wrist? Does that change the answer?
I can tell you on the leg. If it's amputated above the wrist.
If it's, even if they amputated it right above the wrist.
I'm doing this. So from here down is hand, from here up.
It's a trick question. That is specifically in the act, that anything from the elbow down, even if the amputation right below the elbow, is an injury to the hand. That is a trick question.
So same with the knee.
And they've extrapolated that down to the knee. So if it's below the knee or down to the foot, it's an injury to the foot.
It's above the knee.
So it's a trick question. It's actually part that is specifically in the act. That got me once. I've been gotten more than once, so I now make it a trick question most of my stuff that I do. So we did pretty good on time. We did a lot of good, yeah, amputation below the elbows to the hand, which I think is like $44,400. Well, that's the arm. So anything, it would be 17, yeah. It's 170 times 220 times 200. Or yeah. So any kind of questions? We've got like 10 more minutes. We did really good. I'm kind of proud of ourselves on the time thing. And we just shoved a lot of stuff at y'all. I know we did. I tried not to be like too 101, like I was talking down, but at the same time, every state being different. I know some of y'all, one of them in the room, I know a couple of you here online had you're seasoned adjusters, but you're new to Alabama. And every state's so different. I've handled 9 states in my career, and it's just like, oh, you're a panel of 3, but you're a panel of 6. Oh, you're a panel of 6, but it has to be on pink paper. Right. I've heard that Georgia no longer makes the pink paper, so I'm hoping that's really a thing. When will we receive our certification? That is up to the state. That is out of my purview. Lindsay Kelly from the state will be sending those out. She is normally pretty quick. I will remind you that we had nearly 800 adjusters at the seminar virtually versus in person. So it's going to give her a little time. You have to complete a form to receive the certification. It's going to help. We do have a list of certifications. The forms are going to be a big backup. Adjusters have a little different, as nurses and attorneys also get credit for this. They have different forms to fill out. For us, they want us to confirm with the survey that we have completed everything. And I'm going to be doing blast emails. If your employer has, what we ran into is so many carriers have security, and that's where we should be. We should have security, but it's been almost ridiculous. Zoom invites were blocked. Zoom was blocked. Our email was blocked. It's contact@awcotoday.com. And there's nothing spammy about it, and it was blocked. So if you've had an issue over the past few weeks, then please, 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 please have your company whitelist the email contact@AWCO today. I'm going to type that in.
Now, will we get an email even for ones that did it in person?
And I think they're going to have the paper forms outside for the ones that are here. Other than that, I'm going to email them out as soon as I can. I can't tell you an exact date. I'm hoping in a real world, I will get it out this week. But to be quite frank, as adjuster to adjuster, I've been here for 3 days. Everybody knows what's waiting for me on Monday. I handle cat claims, so I hope to do it next week, but it should be shortly. Any questions about adjusting? What you have? Oh. And then any trick lawyer questions?
Have we got a few minutes to talk about work product? Well, save it for next year.
Save it for next year. You mean like client privilege?
Not talking to the doctor, but when you talk to the doctor's office, when you talk to the case nurse, you've gotten out of the work product exception that's discovered on the other side.
I was hesitant to do that because of legal advice, but you're a lawyer. You do it. I'm on mute. He's got something to say.
I just asked Tracey if I could speak real quickly on a thing I see a lot of in the last year or two. Real basically, when you are an adjuster and you're adjusting a claim that is in litigation or you reasonably believe will be in litigation, the emails you make, the file you generate is protected from being seen and used by the other side by what we call the work product exception. It's a privilege, it's a work product privilege. By the same, a similar token, when you talk to your lawyer, the communications back and forth, the ideas that are transmitted back and forth, those are protected by the attorney-client privilege. Both of those privileges can be waived if you speak to someone or convey what was said in those conversations to someone who is not within the circle that's anticipated by those exceptions. The idea is if you and I had a secret, and we can have a secret, nobody can listen to our secret, but if we decide to talk about our secret on an elevator, we don't really have a secret. So if for instance, things you've talked to me about, your lawyer, or if you're in the office with Tracey and you talk to Tracey about these, they're either protected by the attorney-client privilege or the work product doctrine. But if you talk to someone who's outside of that purview, for instance, and this is the point of my expression here, the case nurse, and I love case nurses, and every case nurse knows I am like codependent on case nurses for information. But the case nurse is not by law considered part of that work product family because she does not work or he does not work for the adjusting company, and nor are they subject to the attorney-client privilege because they are not the client. So be careful, the case nurses and adjusters, be careful what you write back and forth. Those emails are discoverable, meaning that they can be read in court, they can be made evidence at trials. And the other token is, a lot of times I see people send videos and talk directly to these doctors. As we know, those things are now outside. That cat is out of the bag. If you want to try to hide the fact you've had that surveillance for a little while, you can't do it at that point. Not to say that it's not often a good time. It's not often a good idea to use it because that can shut a claim down. But
Risk versus reward.
right, but be aware that the reasons that the plaintiff's lawyer cannot just come rifle through your file can be removed by certain actions. And those actions, 99% of the time, are sharing what's in those files or sharing, hey, this is what we talked about, with people who are not inside the work product or the attorney-client bubble, as we call it. Mic drop.
Mic mute.
Mic mute. Oh, did not mute it.
I know I keep hitting the button and it's not always, anyway. So I'm going to be the good teacher. You get out 10 minutes early. Recess bell is not right. No, honestly, y'all, I appreciate the interaction. Thank you for the ones that utilize the voice and the chat. It makes it a lot more interactive. I hope this did you some good, answered a lot of questions that you had. I hope you found it beneficial. If there's anything that we can do to improve this, we kind of switch up people. It's not always going to be me. This is David's first year of doing it. This is my second. We want to make sure that we're giving you what you need. The whole thing is to give each other our tools, to give each other support, to have each other's backs, to be able to compare information, to be accessible to each other. That's what we need to do. So I really, truly hope that you found what you needed. If it's not, don't feel bad about that. Put it in the evaluation form when those come out. As soon as I can get those out, that's how we're going to give you what you need. So, or at least, y'all are not going to be new adjusters by this time next year. So, let's leave something for the next class, whatever we need to do. I hope to see y'all here at AWCO. I hope to see y'all in person, even virtual. If we continue doing this virtual, we don't know what the world's going to be like in the next year. We would never have dreamed about this last year. So that's where we are. Thank y'all so very much. I'm going to stop the share. And I'm going to stop the recording.